Chapter 1005 Forbidden Sea. On this day, the taboo sea was boiling and tumbling. There were people living on some of the 33 immortal islands, but at this moment they were all trembling in fear. The sky had changed. There had never been a day in the Forbidden Sea where waves soared to the sky like today. This was no ordinary wave. At this moment, there were some demons in the sea. Many demons usually had no problem surviving in the sea, but today they were constantly being eroded by the roiling seawater. Many demons screamed miserably as they rapidly died and merged into the sea. The seawater became even redder. Phew! The Battle King panted heavily as he held Zhang Tao in his arms, whose face was devoid of blood. His heart was filled with worry. "Kid, can you still hold on?" Zhang Tao ignored him. He was still thinking about something. Soon he asked, "How long will it take to get to the place where the explosion happened?" "About 10 minutes. After all, the War King and the others couldn't compare to those heavenly kings. If they wanted to rush over, they still needed time." 9 minutes later, "We'll head to the new outbreak site." Zhang Tao transmitted his voice. He would not go to the place where the explosion occurred. There might be many experts rushing over there now. He did not want to be caught like a turtle in a jar. With that in mind, Zhang Tao began to think of the gray cat. He told the cat to wait for the new situation to erupt before they arrived. As for whether the cat could do it or not, the cat seemed to be omnipotent. Old Zhang still chose to believe in the cat. Behind them, Fate King and the others continued to bombard the human powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation and the others were also helping to resist at this moment. Seeing that these people were about to catch up, the Dragon Transformation Celestial Dart suddenly looked at Zhang Tao and transmitted his voice. "If the humans are not wiped out this time, you have to help this old man take care of the Dragon Transformation Heaven's people. King Wu, how about it?" Zhang Tao saw the killing intent in his eyes, so he said, "Venerable Sovereign, you don't have to do this. You don't have to let others stay behind. No matter what happens to the humans this time, if anyone survives, we will definitely repay you." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation probably harbored the intention of bringing up the rear. After killing Changrong, he was also dispirited. Right now, he was becoming older and older, most likely not having much lifespan left. Perhaps when this battle ended, his lifespan would also be exhausted. Since that was the case, as a powerhouse who was close to the level of a sage, he could unleash his power once before he died. Zhang Tao did not let him cover the rear, even if Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was the one who suggested it. However, at this stage, humans wouldn't choose to let their assisting powerhouses cover their retreat. If it really came to that, Zhang Tao suddenly looked at the silent Li Zhan and transmitted his voice. "When the critical moment comes, you'll cover the rear." Li Zhan quickly replied, "All right. Don't forget to mention that you're a descendant of Heavenly King Subduing." With that said, he added, "This time, you blew up your second path." It's not a good thing to have two great Daos. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. At the critical moment, you might be able to walk my Tao of coalescence. Zhang Tao, cut the crap! Although you aren't suited to lead the human race, your status is still there, and your strength isn't weak either. Everyone else might die, but you have the highest chance of survival. Remember, if the trap doesn't work and can't trap anyone, don't participate in the battle anymore. Leave the last bit of hope for humanity. Zhang Tao made it clear that you are not suited to be a leader, but your status is high enough. You are the descendant of Heaven Subduing King. The Subduing Heavenly King probably wouldn't die this time, even if the humans suffered a crushing defeat. If that was the case, the probability of his descendants being killed was not high. Those people might not be crazy enough to kill the descendant of Heaven Subduing King at this time, especially a descendant powerhouse like Li Zhen, whose strength was close to that of an emperor level. In this case, if the Heaven Subduing King did not die, those who attacked might not have a good ending. Li Zhen's tone was gloomy. "Got it. Don't brush me off." Zhang Tao had a bad temper. He said quickly, before the heaven-human barrier is completely opened, before it's clear that all humans must be sacrificed, you still have hope of protecting humanity. Survive these 2 years. Then nonsense. If the trap doesn't work, if I don't die, who will? Zhang Tao said calmly. If the trap did not work, even if everyone could survive, he had to die. King Wu was too strong. King Wu was too ruthless. Who could be at ease if such a person did not die? And Fong Ping and the others, if they lose this time, don't let them return to Earth. They can wander around and come back when they're stronger. That's all. Try to preserve some of humanity's ultimate strength. Don't let them all die. Li Zhen was silent, not saying a word. Zhang Tao did not say anything either. At this moment, he still had some strength left to suppress the fellow in his body. This time, he might not be able to kill anyone. However, he had killed most of them today. Other than not being able to kill the few leaders of the catacombs, he felt a little regretful. Maybe it's still possible. Zhang Tao looked at the gate of projection in his hand. Were there any Taoist remnants inside this thing? If there were, at the crucial moment, he could forcefully integrate it. Maybe he could explode again. However, at that time, regression Tao would be crippled. If the trap succeeded, he would be completely crippled. It would not be a good thing. Unless the trap fails, I can use the heaven confining bell to trap a few people and forcefully kill them. At least I won't have lived in vain. The heaven confining bell was prepared to be used to block the space battlefield. However, if it was not used, it could also be used to trap people. Maybe he could even kill a few more fellows. Zhang Tao turned around and looked at the Life King and the others. He sneered, "Life King, you clowns! Today, you're having fun hunting. Be careful that you won't live to the end and be buried with me, Zhang Tao." The Life King was indifferent. He said coldly, "If you don't die, I'll fall into your hands sooner or later. If you really have the ability to drag me down with you, I won't regret it. You can see it clearly." Zhang Tao said with a smile, "Actually, I don't understand. The humans and your Heaven Fate Royal Court have not fought much in these years. Why do you have to be the one to stand out?" The Life King did not speak. Zhang Tao smiled and did not speak anymore. He continued to look forward. Ahead, waves surged. Vaguely, figures of powerhouses flashed. The eyes of the Life King and the others were solemn. At this moment, there seemed to be many powerhouses rushing over. Some of them had not been seen before. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. The old man who appeared in the swamp previously stood in the void. He glanced at Zhang Tao and the others and walked forward without looking back. Seeing this person, Heavenly Emperor Peigneu's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Sage Tian Kuei," the first of the 36 sages. Back then, he was said to have the strength of a heavenly king. Sage Tian Kuei had disappeared for many years and almost never appeared. Everyone thought he was dead. Who would have thought that he would appear today? Now, nearly 10,000 years had passed. What kind of strength did Sage Tian Kuei have? At this moment, the 3 protectors who were fighting with Moon Spirit also exclaimed, "Tian Kuei!" Although the 36 sages belonged to different factions, Sage Tian Kuei was still their leader in name. At this moment, seeing Tian Kuei appear, they were especially surprised. He didn't die. As if he had heard the voices of these people, the old man, who was already far away, turned his head back and looked at the 3 sect protectors. He said indifferently, "This old man has no intention of getting involved in this. The 36 sages are already a thing of the past." With that, he disappeared in an instant. At this moment, even Moon Spirit did not say anything. She had no entanglement with Sage Tian Kuei. Moreover, this old man probably had the strength of a heavenly king. He gave her a lot of pressure. Even if she had 2 divine weapons, she might not be able to gain an advantage against this person. Sage Tian Kuei disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, another powerhouse passed by. This person was like a madman, laughing nonstop. The Tao is out. Huang, he became a sovereign. Where is the door? The person who came was extremely crazy. His clothes were ragged, his hair was snow white, without luster, messy like weeds. His beard was also messy and his eyes were lifeless. Seeing this person, Fate Monarch and the others became vigilant again. Another top powerhouse. It's you. At this moment, Moon's spirit had a complicated expression as she shouted, Tian Kuei! The old man seemed to be in a trance. He turned his head and looked at Moon's spirit. After staring for a while, he suddenly said sadly, Moon's spirit, you're still alive. Father is dead. Uncle North King is also dead. The world is in chaos. The old man was crazy. Then he became confused again. He murmured, I'm going to become a sovereign. I'm going to become a sovereign. Moon spirit, I'll go first. When I become a sovereign, I'll come find you. Tian Kuei. Moon spirit suddenly felt sad. Had her companions gone crazy as well? The descendants of the 9 sovereigns would sometimes gather. Thinking back to the past, they lived in luxury, invited the powerhouses of the 3 realms, sang and danced to celebrate peace. It was so comfortable. Who would have thought that the elegant Tian Kuei in the past would become like this now? At that time, the Tian Kuei couldn't bear to see the slovenly powerhouses. They had even driven away some unsightly powerhouses, including venerable sovereigns. But now, where had the Tian Kuei been all these years? Moon's spirit felt complicated. The others were also shocked. The first saint of the 36 saints had appeared. There were also a few descendants of the 9 sovereigns. Moon Spirit was a descendant of the North Queen, and King Kuin was a descendant of the Earth Queen. Which sovereign was this Tian Kuei descendant? How many secrets were hidden in the 3 realms? This Tian Kuei was very powerful. Even if he didn't have the strength of a heavenly king, he was probably a saint. At this moment, there were powerhouses flashing in all directions. There were more than one of the 36 saints. There were 2 or 3 powerhouses who seemed to be from the 36 saints. At this moment, they didn't care about the 3 guardians, as if they didn't know them. They flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were ancient rogue cultivators who didn't build a sky beyond heaven or a sect. They were famous in the 3 realms and hadn't appeared for many years. People thought they had died, but now they appeared one by one. The celestial origin was shaken, causing these powerhouses who had reached the end of their lifespans to appear one after another. Not only human powerhouses, but at this moment in the Forbidden Sea, huge waves were also rising. A big fish that looked like a Kuin Pong was soaring in the sea. No matter how big the waves were, they couldn't stop it at all. The big fish was extremely fast. It ignored the crowd and swam under them. Sea Guardian. Someone exclaimed again, Sea Guardian. When the heavenly court was still around, there was also the Sea of Bitterness. But at that time, the Sea of Bitterness was not so big and dangerous. However, there were many demon clans in the sea. The heavenly court once conferred the title of Sea Guardian to suppress the turmoil of the demon clans in the Sea of Bitterness. When the heavenly realm fell, people thought that the powerhouses in the Sea of Bitterness were affected and died long ago. They didn't expect that Sea Guardian was still alive. Sea Guardian also had the strength of the 36 saints. The 36 saints were the generals of the heavenly realm. Sea Guardian was the overlord of the Sea of Bitterness. He was stronger than the top few of the 36 saints. Seeing this, Zhang Tao murmured, The 3 realms are indeed complicated. Looks like we humans aren't the enemy of the entire world. These powerhouses didn't seem to care about their killing in this matter. They were powerful, and others didn't dare to provoke them. At this moment, the celestial origin was shaken. These powerhouses appeared one after another. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this good or bad? Could so many powerhouses be trapped? Most importantly, these powerhouses would eventually discover that it was a trap created by humans. Zhang Tao felt helpless. It would be terrifying when that happened. Seeking life and death, I don't care anymore. Just as Zhang Tao was thinking about this, in the distance, where the celestial origin was exploding, Sage Tian Kuei arrived. At this moment, there were still a few Heavenly King powerhouses left. They were all looking at the broken passage. Sage Tian Kuei took a glance and instantly determined many things. He sighed, "It's broken." The passage was broken. What a pity. After saying that, he looked at King Kuan not far away and said indifferently, "King Kuan, if you come to my residence to cause trouble again, don't blame me for not considering the favor of the earthly sovereign." King Kuan's expression was cold as he said calmly, "What can you do to me?" Tian Kuei chuckled and did not say anything else. He reached out and grabbed, directly tearing through the void. A true god powerhouse 1,000 miles away was directly grabbed and exploded. "I can't do anything to you. It's the same even if I kill all your subordinates. Not to mention these people, if Tian Hui and the other two dare to attack, I will kill them all." Tian Kuei sneered. Although this powerhouse didn't care about worldly affairs, he was extremely domineering at this moment. "Back then, when the 8 kings were conferred the title, I remember that you weren't one of the 8 kings. The Eastern sovereign once said that I was one of the 8 kings. In the end, you became King Kuan in the blink of an eye. What a joke! You dare to be insolent in front of me?" Tian Kuei was disdainful. When this old story was said, many looked at King Kuan with ridicule. Sage Tian Kuei had the strength of a heavenly king back then. However, when he was conferred the title of king, he suddenly became the eldest son of the earthly sovereign. He became the first saint of the 36 saints. Back then, earthly sovereign was still alive, so Tian Kuei couldn't be bothered to say anything. In the past few years, King Kuan had circled around his residence several times, but Tian Kuei didn't want to be meddlesome and ignored him. Now that he saw King Kuan, he naturally had to give him a warning. King Kuan looked at him coldly. He did not attack, nor did he speak. Tian Kuei didn't make any more moves either. He was done with the warning. There was no need for them to fight. At this moment, the figure of Heavenly King Subduing appeared. Tian Kuei glanced at Heavenly King Subduing and said after a while, "This old man is not one of the 8 kings. Heavenly King Subduing, you go ahead with your Heavenly King. It has nothing to do with this old man. Don't disturb this old man's seclusion." Heavenly King Jin chuckled. "Tian Kuei, what do you mean by that?" "You know it." Saying so, Saint Tian Kuei left without bothering with him. As soon as he left, the deranged celestial pole also rushed over. Looking at the broken path, Zhang Xian stepped into the air without any hesitation. Seeing this, Heavenly King Jintian frowned and reached out to grab it. Heaven's fate turned around and punched. His eyes were bloodshot. "Celestial pole," Heavenly King Jin bellowed, "the path has been cut off. Are you courting death?" Heaven's fate looked like he was crying and laughing. He looked at him for a while and said in a bleak tone, "You didn't die? You actually didn't die. Even King Zhen is dead. I remember you went to snatch his corpse, but you actually didn't get killed." As soon as he said that, many people's auras fluctuated. King Zhen was dead? Then who was Heavenly King Zhen? Everyone thought that he was King Zhen. At least, that was their guess. King Zhen was more mysterious and rarely appeared in the heaven realm. The few times he did, he disappeared in a flash. But now, Heavenly King Zhen was actually not King Zhen. King Kuan looked at Heaven's fate and said in a deep voice, "Heaven's fate, you know him? No, you participated in that battle?" King Kuan was suddenly stunned. Heaven's fate participated in the final battle? Almost none of them participated in the final battle when the heaven realm fell. That was how they managed to survive. Heaven's fate actually saw it. And Heavenly King Jin also participated? Heaven's fate glanced at him and said crazily, "It's you. You actually didn't die. That's right. You're so timid and cherish your life very much. How could you die?" After saying a few words of disdain to King Kuan, Heaven's fate looked at the broken path and laughed bitterly. I can't go. There's an emperor's path beyond the 9 heavens. I want to become an emperor. At this moment, even if Heavenly King Zhen and King Kun spoke, he did not reply. He just muttered to himself crazily at the broken path in the void. Everyone sighed. Heaven's fate, this outstanding prince in the past, had actually gone crazy. Heaven's fate was like that, Moon Spirit was like that, Unquestionable Sword was like that, even people like King Kun were about to go crazy. It had been close to 10,000 years. Their lifespan was coming to an end. The heaven realm had fallen, and there was no hope for the emperor's path. Who wouldn't go crazy? They were not the only ones who were crazy. Was Tian Chief crazy? If he wasn't, why would he find trouble with King Kun the moment he arrived? This was a group of people who were in despair and had nowhere to go. Heavenly King Jin looked at these people and did not say anything else. At this moment, everyone had their own thoughts. The immortal source exploded, but the passage was broken. How did the passage appear? Did it appear on its own, or was it passive? Was the tomb of heaven here or not? Everyone was still thinking about this, and for a moment they lost interest in the battles in other places. At the same time, Zhang Tao looked at the place that was close to the eruption, and he quickly began to think of the old cat, asking the old cat to open the trap. At this moment, this was the only way to have a chance of survival. But at this time, King Ming and the others had already formed an encirclement. Seeing this scene, the dragon transformation Celestial Emperor was just about to stay behind to cover the retreat. Li Zhen, who had been silent, suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. He suddenly left the team and broke through the air. In front of him, an Emperor Venerable had already rushed over and blocked the way. F***CK, your grandma. Li Zhen, who was extremely cold in front of others, directly cursed at this moment. Not only that, Li Zhen, who was originally only an expert close to the Emperor stage, suddenly vomited blood at this moment. In front of him, a great path appeared. It was not considered long, but it exploded in the blink of an eye. Self-detonation of the origin Great Path. A few days ago, Li Zhen had walked the second Great Path to 1,000 meters and reached the peak. But at this moment, he directly detonated this new Great Path. The Emperor Venerable, blocking the way, was from the Grandmaster. He also did not expect that Li Zhen would self-detonate the Great Path the moment he arrived. Even if this Great Path was not considered long, at this moment, the explosion at this moment made his origin a little chaotic. Not only that, at this time a long sword appeared in Li Zhen's hand, and its aura was extremely strong. Emperor weapon, someone exclaimed. Even Emperor stage powerhouses might not have Emperor weapons. They did not expect that the poor human race actually had someone with Emperor weapons. Li Zhen shouted. Seeing that the Emperor Venerable was about to counterattack, he roared, I am the descendant of subduing Heavenly King. Who dares to kill me? As soon as this was said, the Emperor Venerable, who was about to counterattack, slightly paused. Descendant of subduing Heavenly King? Not everyone knew that Li Zhen was the descendant of subduing Heavenly King. Of course, almost everyone in the catacombs knew, but Li Zhen had not made much of a move before. He Kuang, subduing Heavenly King, was entangled, and the catacombs and humans were irreconcilable enemies. So why would they care about this? They did not care, but did not mean that this emperor did not care. Killing humans and killing descendants of subduing Heavenly King, or even descendants close to Emperor stage, were completely different concepts. This Emperor Venerable was a little hesitant, and in the blink of an eye, the Emperor weapon in Li Zhen's hand directly exploded. Break through the air. A beam of sword light shone across the sky, instantly slashing down. Poof! With a muffled sound, the Emperor Venerable's shoulder was smashed by this sword, and then the Emperor weapon suddenly exploded. Even an Emperor stage powerhouse would not be willing to waste an Emperor weapon exploding. But Li Zhen did it. Not only did he do it, the current Li Zhen was extremely cold. With one slash, he cut off the other party's arm and then the second slash fell. This time both arms were swords. Both arms instantly exploded, and an extremely intense sword light burst out. Boom! The sea exploded, setting off monstrous waves. "Let's go!" Zhang Tao shouted, regardless of Li Zhen's life or death. He directly ordered Warlord to break through the encirclement. Warlord did not hesitate at this moment. Without saying a word, he quickly bypassed the two of them and rushed forward with his people. Just as Life King and the others were about to break through the air and rush over, at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. "Divine artifact!" Someone exclaimed, "The aura of a divine artifact." "No, the aura of the heavenly realm." That's the aura of an emperor stage. Someone felt the aura of the 9 Emperor seal, and this time everyone went crazy. It really had the aura of an emperor stage. They could feel it. As for whether it was alive or dead, they did not care. Even if the emperor stage was really alive, they had to go. Even if they were no match for the emperor stage, they had to know how to break through the great path. The great path was blocked by an emperor stage. That emperor stage must know how to break through the great path. At this moment, not only these people were excited. In the distance, an expert shouted, "Heavenly tomb! 9 Emperor seal! It's really here, it's really here!" The ruins of the heavenly court. At this moment, who would not go crazy? Who could hold back? It was too close, right under their noses. Everyone went crazy. Many venerable sovereigns of the human realm upon heavens could not care less at this moment, because the humans were also running in that direction, and these venerable sovereigns were also madly rushing in that direction. As for the venerable sovereign who was entangled by Li Zhen, no one had time to care about him, because Li Zhen could not kill him. After all, he was a great emperor stage expert. At the same time, Li Zhen was still shouting, "As long as Heavenly King Jin is not dead, who dares to kill me?" This was not the first or second time that the human experts said the words of the villains today, but it had to be said that Heavenly King Jin was still a deterrent. The others were more or less hesitant. Even the Fate Monarch and the others hesitated for a moment at this moment, but they also chased after Zhang Tao and the others. And the venerable sovereign who had been beaten miserably by Li Zhen's self-detonation of the great path and self-detonation of the great emperor stage was also sullen and angry at this moment. What was this? You all left, but what about me? This lunatic was now entangled with him. After all, he was an expert close to the great emperor stage. If this went on, he would suffer a great loss. Damn it! The venerable sovereign was furious, but there was nothing he could do. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have stood out. Instead, he had come to block the way. This was troublesome, but at this moment, who had the time to care about them? In the distance, the projection of a portal was reflected in the void. The Emperor Stage aura was extremely strong, and some people even wanted to kneel. The heavenly tomb was really open. In the void, figures appeared one after another, all extremely excited, and madly flew in that direction. Chapter 1006. Where the door was. At this moment, the aura of an emperor rose. In the void, a shadow reflected the world. It was a huge seal. 9 Emperors' seal. Once the 9 Emperors' seal appeared, even the turbulent forbidden sea began to calm down. Suppress the 3 realms. Someone exclaimed, 9 Emperors' seal, a divine artifact. It did not have much offensive power, but it was jointly created by the 9 emperors. It represented the orthodoxy of the 3 realms. 9 emperors' seal stabilized the 3 realms. Once this seal appeared, even the forbidden sea seemed to be suppressed. At this moment, Skypole laughed wildly and said, 9 emperors' seal! 9 emperors' seal! Father said that the 9 emperor seal is a treasure that integrates the Tao of the 3 realms. I'm going to become an emperor. Skypole was crazy, but he was extremely powerful. He tore through the air and grabbed at the shadow. The others did not move. This was just a projection of the 9 emperors' seal, not the real thing. But since there was a projection, it meant that the 9 emperors' seal was really here. The aura of an emperor could not be concealed. At this moment, a small seal appeared beside the Heavenly King's. Heavenly King's seal. The Heavenly King's seal was trembling. It was responding to the summons. The 9 emperors' seal was a symbol of power. Back then, the Heavenly Court would not use it easily. Once it was used, it would announce to the 3 realms that the Heavenly Kings and Saints would be summoned to the Heavenly Court for a meeting. King Kuin's eyes lit up as he scanned the surroundings. He said in a dignified voice, "The tomb of heaven appeared for no reason. Was it a coincidence or was it planned by someone?" As the person who led the war between the Earth Emperor God dynasty and the war between the North and the South, his first thought was that someone was secretly stirring up trouble. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the tomb of heaven and the 9 emperors' seal appeared today? At this moment, Moon Spirit suddenly appeared and slashed at him with her sword. King Kuin shouted, "Moon Spirit, what are you doing?" The situation was already chaotic, but Moon Spirit was still adding to it. King Kuin was extremely annoyed. Moon Spirit ignored him and continued slashing. At this moment, the 3 sect protectors appeared and joined forces to stop Moon Spirit. Seeing this, Moon Spirit screamed, "Hong Kuin, how did Hong Yu die?" King Kuin frowned and said indifferently, "Back then, a great war broke out in the Heaven Realm. Heaven, the Archshan went crazy and killed his way into the Heaven Courts. Father asked us to retreat and subdue the crazy Heaven the Arch with the other uncles. When I left, Hong Yu wasn't in the Heavenly Court. He was in the Earth Palace. Not long after we left, there was another huge battle in the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was destroyed. I don't know what happened to Hong Yu. You dare lie to me?" Moon Spirit was getting more and more agitated. "Do you really think this Empress doesn't know anything? Heaven, the Archshan disappeared not long after he killed his way into the Heavenly Court. There was still some time before the war broke out. How could you not return to the Earth Imperial Palace? Tell me, how did Hong Yu die? Was the person who appeared 2,500 years ago you?" Moon Spirit was incomparably berserk. She held a blade in her left hand and a sword in her right. She killed until the 3 sect protectors continuously smashed through the void, creating countless spatial cracks. King Kuin did not make a move. He shouted in a low voice, "Enough! Yu Ling, father died, Uncle Bei died, Hong Yu died. I know it's hard for you, but so many years have passed. Bullshit!" Moon Spirit shouted and used her saber to cut open the protector's mask. Behind the mask was an extremely beautiful woman, revealing her true appearance. At this moment, a streak of blood appeared on the woman's cheek, making her look even more flirtatious. Moon Spirit shouted angrily, "Even that *** teach Tian Hui did not die. How could he die?" "You killed him, it's you." King Kuin's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "Moon Spirit, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for not remembering our past relationship." "You hypocrite! What relationship do you have with me?" Moon Spirit was extremely berserk, but she was not completely crazy. She shouted angrily, "Heaven's Fate, help me kill him!" On the other side, Heaven's Fate's eyes were bloodshot after he failed to grab the 9 Emperor seal. Hearing this, he turned to look at them and mumbled, "Kill him? Moon Spirit, kill him? Can I become an emperor after killing him?" "Sure." Moon Spirit's reply was straightforward. Without another word, she threw a long sword over. Earth Sovereign Sword. At this moment, King Kuin suddenly reached out to grab the Earth Sovereign Sword. Not only him, but King Sun and King Jen also reached out to grab the sword. Earth Sovereign Sword. They did not expect Moon Spirit to throw the Earth Sovereign sword to Heaven's Fate. If they did not snatch it now, when would they be able to? "You guys want to snatch my Tao validation opportunity?" At this moment, Heaven's Fate seemed to have sobered up. He suddenly straightened his back and his messy beard fell off. His messy hair also turned golden, full of luster. At this moment, Heaven's Fate's eyes were no longer dull. He looked around and said sternly, "You guys actually want to snatch my opportunity. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." As soon as he said that, he punched the void and turned into thousands of fist shadows. They were not aimed at one person, but 3 heavenly kings. "Heaven's Fate, looks like you've really gone mad." King Kuen snorted coldly. 1 person against 3 heavenly kings? In the past, Heaven's Fate did not even have the strength of a heavenly king, even if he had improved over the years. So what? The 4 experts surrounded the Earth's sovereign sword and started fighting each other. It was not just 3 against 1. At this moment, no matter who tried to snatch the Earth's sovereign sword, they would be surrounded by the other 3. King Kuen shouted angrily, "This is my father's divine weapon. Do you guys want to be enemies with me?" This was the Earth Sovereign's divine weapon. Back then, he gave it to Hongyu, and Hongyu gave it to Moon Spirit. All these years, Moon Spirit had been crazy. He did not want to go to Mount Wangu and ask for trouble. Who knew that Moon Spirit would throw out the Earth Sovereign Sword today? If he got the Earth Sovereign Sword, his strength would definitely increase greatly. But now, 3 powerhouses were fighting with him. King Kuen was not weak. After all these years of scheming, how could he not improve at all? Even if he was fighting one against 2 powerhouses, he would only be at a slight disadvantage. But in the current chaotic situation, he could not get the Earth Sovereign Sword. On the other side, Moon Spirit also roared repeatedly, holding the North Emperor saber. She killed the 3 sect protectors until their blood splattered in the void. In the sea, the Forbidden Sea had just calmed down, but now it was turbulent again. Fang Ping and the others hid at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, they had dug a hole, or they would have been washed away by the sea. Even so, the few of them still felt immense pressure, if not for the Forbidden Sea's energy absorption effect. Just the aftershock alone might have killed them. They looked at the mirror. There was also an image on it, but it was not very clear. According to the cat, they were too strong. If they were too close, they would definitely be discovered, so they could only monitor from afar. The cat lay beside the mirror, its fat buttocks squeezing so hard that Fang Ping was almost squeezed into the stone wall. Fang Ping was extremely helpless. This cat was too fat. The hole it dug was not big, so he was really helpless. Most importantly, this cat was really heavy. When it was squeezed, he felt like he was going to be squashed to death. Ah, they're fighting! The old cat looked at the mirror happily. Watching a show was its favorite thing to do. As it watched, the cat could not help but comment, "King Kuen, he's the most powerful. The others are not as powerful as him." Then King Sun, King Jen, Celestial Polarity, Moon Spirit. Speaking of Moon Spirit, the cat looked up sneakily and whispered, "Moon Spirit is a lunatic. Liar, let me tell you a secret. She actually went crazy a long time ago. She went crazy before the heavenly realm was destroyed. That Hongyu. Hongyu, right? He's actually hiding from her. He doesn't even dare to go home. How pitiful." Fang Ping was speechless. He looked at it and said, "You've learned how to gossip too?" Who did this fellow learn it from? But was it for real? Had Moon Spirit gone crazy a long time ago? Wasn't she very affectionate with that prince? It's true. Doggy went to spy on them and saw it. He said that Moon Spirit and Hongyu were fighting in bed. She couldn't beat Moon Spirit, so she ran away from home. Fang Ping and the other 3 looked at the cat, dumbfounded. Was this old antique joking with them? What did they do in the past? Why did this cat and Tengu sound more and more like evil demons? The couple was living well at home, and you guys went to spy on them? Do you have any morals? The cat ignored him and said happily, "That's why this woman is very fierce. You have to run when you see her." Fang Ping was helpless. He could not be bothered. He looked at Li Zhu's silhouette in the mirror and asked, "Do you know him?" The cat took a look and muttered, "He's too far away." He looks familiar, but I can't remember. At this time, another silhouette appeared in the mirror. It was unquestionable Jian. The cat looked at the mirror and looked up. Although the top was blocked, the cat seemed to see unquestionable Jian. It said sadly, "He's really reincarnated. Xiao Jian won't reincarnate. He's not Xiao Jian anymore. Reincarnated?" Fang Ping was stunned. He asked in a low voice, "Did unquestionable Jian really reincarnate?" "I don't know." The cat was a little disappointed. It said weakly, "This is Xiao Jian's body. It's not Xiao Jian anymore. There's a different feeling. Someone is controlling Xiao Jian's body." Fang Ping's gaze changed instantly. He asked in a low voice, "Who's controlling it?" "His reincarnation, I guess." The gray cat was lazy and became even more disinterested. Xiao Jian would not reincarnate. If he reincarnated, he would not be Xiao Jian anymore. The Xiao Jian that it knew was already dead. Fang Ping frowned. Why did unquestionable Jian want to reincarnate? This was something that he couldn't quite understand. Was his own physique not strong enough? Was his martial arts flawed? Or did he want to embark on a different path? Moreover, he could actually control his previous body. It seemed like this guy came prepared. He was not like Old Wang and the rest who resurrected without any preparation. Reincarnation. Could it be that he wants to achieve rank 899's advancement? Fang Ping was a little suspicious. Unquestionable Jian's 99's advancement was already extremely powerful. Could it be that he wanted to become stronger? The cat lay on the ground and muttered, "I don't know. Does he want to integrate the physique of 2 lifetimes? Or does he want to try how to resurrect? Integrate the physique of 2 lifetimes?" Fang Ping seemed to understand a little at this moment. Could it be that unquestionable Jian wanted to be like Gu Qing, to cultivate the martial arts of this life to the extreme and then integrate both? Could it be that he could become stronger this way? It might not be impossible. There was no time to care about unquestionable Jian. At this moment, more and more powerhouses were rushing over. First, it was the overseas immortal islands' venerable emperors, followed by Grandmaster's venerable emperors. Then Zhang Tao's group and the catacombs side who were chasing after them. The sky was already in a mess. At this moment, the trap was still erupting with Emperor Aura. The Heavenly King and the other powerhouses were all holding each other back. They had already found the void rift where the door was placed. At this moment, the rift had already been blasted open, revealing an illusory door. The door seemed to be covered by fog, and one could not see clearly. However, the door was half open, and Emperor Aura was coming from inside. The ancient aura of the heavenly realm, the Emperor Aura, the illusion of the 9 Emperor Seals, and the aura of some divine weapons were all rising. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the door. Was it the celestial cemetery? Outside, high up in the sky, unquestionable Jian seemed to be frowning. It was unknown whether he had noticed the cat spying or discovered the abnormality of the celestial cemetery. When he came back then, the celestial cemetery was not like this. It was much more dangerous than this. At least it felt much more dangerous. In this place, he also felt the ancient aura of the heavenly realm, but the sense of danger did not seem too strong. Moreover, there was no such door at that time. There was no one around the door at this moment. The Heavenly King and the others were holding each other back, guarding the 4 sides and not letting anyone enter. They were not in a hurry to enter either. It was hard to say whether this place was the celestial cemetery or not, but it was certain that there was a fragment of the heavenly realm here. On King Kuin's side, everyone was still fighting, and the void had already cracked. At this moment, even the Emperor-level powerhouses did not dare to go over rashly, lest they get involved. Many Heavenly King powerhouses were fighting, and the weakest were 3 Saint-level powerhouses. These people did not dare to rashly join in. Even if they saw the floating earthly sovereign sword, no one dared to snatch it. At this moment, Li Zhu, who had not spoken much, looked at Zhang Tao and the others who were in a sorry state and said with a smile, "King Wu, this isn't a trap you set up, right?" Zhang Tao looked at him and grinned. "It's a trap I set up. Everyone, please don't go in, it's very dangerous." After saying that, he looked at the powerhouses of the catacombs who had already surrounded them and said with a smile, "At this time, what's the point of fighting? Why don't you let us go in first and explore the way for everyone? After all, we still have to explore the way, lest it is too dangerous and cause losses to everyone. Everyone, at this time we can no longer fight. Can't you even give us a chance to survive? Since Li Zhu said that this is my trap, why don't you let me solve it myself?" Everyone was indifferent. On the other side, a powerhouse from the 36 saint-level powerhouses said indifferently, "The 9 Emperor Seals are here. If this person really set up a trap, does he need to do this? If he absorbs the Emperor's energy from the 9 Emperor Seals, he might be able to advance further in the human sovereign path." Zhang Tao's heart ached when he heard that. Really? Can it be done like this? If I knew this, I wouldn't have thrown the 9 Emperor Seals in. I thought it was useless. Senior, can you tell me how to absorb it? Directly absorb it? Then the source of Tao will be able to spread? The powerhouse who spoke ignored him. At this moment, King Ming was about to make a move, but King Zhen Wang slapped him. On the other side, King Zhen, who was fighting for the earthly sovereign sword, was unwilling to give up, but he had no choice but to turn around and counterattack. King Zhen Wang smiled faintly and said, "King Zhen, you don't want to fight for the treasure anymore?" King Zhen remained silent. "Let's end today's matter here. All of you want to fight for the treasure while we only want to survive. If we continue fighting now, others will benefit from it. Are you willing to do that? King Zhen, even if I don't get the 9 Emperor Seals, I will still pester you to death today. King Sen, are you willing to stay outside with me and let King Kuin and the others enter to fight for the treasure?" King Sen remained silent. He joined forces with Heaven's Fate to attack King Kuin. Should he continue fighting with King Zhenwang? He didn't know. The 9 Emperor Seals appeared. The Tomb of Heaven appeared. Was it worth it to fight with King Zhenwang to the end? What was the point of everyone fighting? To become an emperor. The opportunity to become an emperor was right in front of him. Was he willing to give it up now? Seeing this, King Zhenwang laughed and attacked. He forced King Zhen to retreat continuously. The void collapsed and disappeared. Everyone's surroundings had turned into nothingness. Some true god powerhouses were on the verge of collapsing. They couldn't bear the aftermath of the battle between the heavenly kings. At this moment, Li Zhu smiled faintly. "King Zhenwang, you don't want to become an emperor? Or do you know that this is a trap? It's a trap." King Zhenwang said calmly, "I set it up myself. I was the one who placed the 9 Emperor Seal into it." Li Zhu sighed. Everyone was going along with his words. It was hard to judge. It was hard to differentiate between the real and the fake. He still felt that this place appeared too coincidentally. At this moment, more and more powerhouses gathered in this place. Even some true god powerhouses who stayed behind to guard the overseas immortal islands had arrived. In the sea, many true god beasts appeared. The big crow that had fought Song Mao and the water demon emperor also appeared. There were more and more emperor-level powerhouses. There were even more true god powerhouses. Not every true god had the thought of becoming an emperor, but some people had no choice but to come. Since the sect master came, could the elders not come? Since the island master came, could the disciples not come? True god powerhouses were naturally no match for emperor-level powerhouses in a one-on-one fight. But if 5 true gods worked together, ordinary emperor-level powerhouses might not be able to win. For example, on the catacomb side, there might not be many emperor-level powerhouses, but there were close to 100 true kings left. If they didn't deal with humans and just dealt with venerable emperors, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with 7 or 8 emperor-level powerhouses. Emperor-level powerhouses might even die. Previously, Venerable Green Lotus, a rather powerful emperor-level powerhouse, almost died in the hands of 8 true gods. Seeing that these people were starting to show interest in the tomb of heaven, King Ming shouted, "Everyone, at this stage, the revived martial artists are no longer able to fight. Should we let the tiger return to the mountain? Even if we want the treasure, we must destroy the land of rebirth first. The treasure is here, it can't run away. With God Land as the main force, everyone just needs to put in a little effort and we can destroy them. One less person means one less competition. Do we really have to let King Wu enter and take the 9 Emperor Seals to become an Emperor powerhouse?" He didn't know what the 9 Emperor Seals was, but the sage had said that Zhang Tao absorbed the Emperor's energy and might improve further. Zhang Tao, who already had the combat strength of 36 sages, was crippled now. Once he recovered and merged with the 6 Daos, he would become another heavenly king powerhouse. Zhang Tao could kill Chong Rong previously. Once he recovered and his combat strength increased, he might even be able to kill a heavenly king. When that time came, even dozens of ordinary emperor-level powerhouses could do anything to him, much less a few. Zhang Tao sighed. "Do you really want me to die? King Ming, humans aren't strong. Only heavenly King Jinwang and I are strong. If I die, there won't be a problem anymore, right?" King Ming said coldly, "Then you can die." "But I don't want to die." Zhang Tao said playfully, "How about this? You and I fight one-on-one. You kill me, or I kill you. That way, everyone will have one less opponent. If I die in your hands, it will be my fate. Everyone, why don't you let me and King Ming have a go?" King Ming didn't back down this time. He took a step forward and said indifferently, "Since you suggested it, let's fight." He wasn't afraid of King Wu at this moment. Could he really fight again? If he could, he would have done it earlier. Why wait until now? If he didn't even dare to face such a weak King Wu, how could he achieve Dao? He stepped forward, but Zhang Tao wasn't willing. He said with a smile, "Forget it, I have the strength of a sage. You, a fake emperor, are not qualified. Li Zhen, go and kill him." At this moment, Li Zhen dragged his injured body and rushed over. Behind him, the Emperor Zun, who was intercepted by him, was also injured. He looked at everyone angrily. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, Li Zhen charged at King Ming without hesitation. Ming Wang's face was ashen. In front of the powerhouses of various forces, the martial king had gone back on his word. Was such a despicable person fit to be the leader of the land of rebirth? The shame of a true king was still the same as before. As for Li Zhen's attack, Ming Wang did not hesitate either. He was afraid of heavenly King Zhen, but he wouldn't hesitate to kill Li Zhen just because he was a descendant of heavenly King Zhen. The catacombs and humans had long since become mortal enemies. In the blink of an eye, Fate King attacked, clashing with Li Zhen, causing Li Zhen to bleed profusely. At this moment, chaotic battles broke out in all directions. Under the sea, above them, a giant water buffalo fell into the water. Water power. The bull did not stand in the air. Instead, it fell into the taboo sea. The gray cat was eager to make a move. It wanted to cut off its own flesh. Water's meat. It roasted a few pieces, and they tasted really good. Last time he had harvested so much that the ash cat might not have enough to eat. This time he had gone in with the water power. Who knew if he would be able to come out? If he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one. At this moment, Fong Ping was clutching the cat's tail tightly. He almost died of anger. "Since when were you thinking about food at this time?" The cat turned around and looked at him, feeling wronged. "I'm only responsible for eating, drinking, and sleeping. This is my job. Everything else is secondary." Fong Ping gritted his teeth and said telepathically, "Wait a minute. I want to kill the Life King. Do you think there's hope?" As he said that, he added, "I've been to Qi Huanyu's Tao of origin. If the Life King continues his Tao, maybe I can sneak into the path that belongs to Qi Huanyu without a trace. When that time comes, can I kill the Life King directly?" Among the powerhouses of the catacombs, Fang Ping hated the Life King the most. This time, the Life King was in charge of all parties, forcing all the true kings of the catacombs to gather. He was also the main force in the battle against Zhang Tao. The cooperation with the Divine Sect, including the cooperation with the extraterritorial Immortal Island and the Outland, were all related to the Life King. This fellow had been very active these few years, roping in many people. If it were not for the Life King's insistence to fight, with so many true kings dead, perhaps the catacombs would have collapsed long ago. They would not have maintained such a strong combat strength until now, when almost half of them were dead or injured. Moreover, the Life King also dared to fight. He took the lead, leading a few venerable emperors to entangle the strongest Zhang Tao. Otherwise, the other true kings were afraid of death. Wherever Zhang Tao went, the place would collapse. Kill him. The cat took a look at the mirror and muttered softly, "Why don't we poke the big water buffalo to death? There'll be meat to eat if we poke the big water buffalo to death." "Poke that fellow to death. He can't be eaten." Fang Ping's face was dark. He ravaged its head madly. "I'll let you eat. I'll let you eat." This cat was crazy. At a time like this, you're only thinking about food. Will you starve to death if you don't eat? The cat felt even more wronged. Eating and sleeping were the main things to begin with. Li Hansong and the other two were mentally exhausted. This man and cat, could they not be more reliable? Any random person outside was stronger than them. At a time like this, they were still making a fuss here. Were they not afraid of death? The cat's head was swollen from Fang Ping's rubbing. It said helplessly, all right, then I'll poke that Life King to death." "Can I poke it to death? How would I know?" The cat rolled its eyes and said, "Poke water to death, that's food. I can help you. But poke that Life King to death, that won't do. I don't kill, I don't fight." In other words, if it could eat, it could kill. This was its instinct. It did not have the concept of killing. However, killing it had this concept. Once it killed, the black swamp would become bigger. The cat would not do it. If it did not do it, Fang Ping would not force it either. Fang Ping was afraid too. He was afraid that the cat's black swamp would become bigger. If this cat really lost its nature, then it would be big trouble. A cat that did not like to fight did not mean that it could not fight. This fellow had a divine weapon in hand. It probably had the strength of an emperor level. The key was that the cat's strength did not come from its own strength. It had allies. Not only that, this cat knew too much and had too many secrets. It even knew where the real heavenly grave was. Moreover, it did not exist to block the door. If it really went crazy, it might even become an emperor. Fang Ping dared not gamble. When that time came, the cat would still let humans go. In the three realms, in terms of danger, the darkened cat was probably the most dangerous. Ignoring the cat, Fang Ping looked at the other three and took a deep breath. "Let's combine and work together. Let's try to break into Life King's Tao. If we kill him, the catacombs might collapse." Although King Zhen was the Life King supporter, it did not mean that the true kings of the catacombs would listen to him. Even if King Zhen was stronger than Life King, Li Hansong was surprised. "Then we won't kill the other true kings?" He was prepared to wait for them to get close to the door and kill the other true kings together. "Stop talking nonsense. It's not the first time I overturned the plan." Fang Ping said it as a matter of fact. Wang Jinyang felt a headache coming on. "If we don't kill outside the door, once Life King dies, we will be exposed. Do we have a way out? Whether Life King died or not, they would be exposed." Fang Ping looked at him and said in disappointment, "You are still thinking about yourself at this time. Old Wang, you have disappointed me." Wang Jinyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He gritted his teeth. "Idiot, it's fine if we are exposed, but what about the door above?" Once they knew that Fang Ping and the others were hiding here, it would be hard to say. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. "Then we can only kill Life King. This way, even if someone suspects us, they might not suspect us. We don't have the ability to kill Life King. After saying that, Fong Ping made up his mind. Life King must die. Otherwise, humans might not be able to enter. We might be killed in advance. The few of them looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Since Fong Ping had made up his mind, they would do it. They must kill Life King. Chapter 1007. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, Sui Ming, Shaoan said, King Ming's spear made Li Jin bleed. On the other side, King Zhen held Heavenly King Jin back. Although he wasn't Heavenly King Jin's match, he wasn't defeated in one strike. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was still calm. He looked at King Ming and said, If Li Jin dies, the Ji family will die with him. It was just a few simple words. He wasn't hysterical at all. He was just stating the truth. If Li Jin died, King Ming's entire family would die with him. At this moment, even King Zhen didn't say anything. Could he kill Heavenly King Zhen? No, not only him. Even two heavenly kings working together might not be able to kill a heavenly king, much less someone like Heavenly King Zhen, unless there were 3 or 4 heavenly kings working together to block Heavenly King Zhen's path. There was no hope of killing him. Or if there were more sages, there would be hope. King Ming's expression was ugly. He had always been the one threatening others. He didn't expect that he would be the one being threatened today. Overlord? So what if he was an overlord? In the past, he didn't know how powerful Heavenly King Zhen was and thought that he could fight him. But today, these sages and heavenly kings all appeared. At this moment, King Ming knew the difference between them. Even if he had the strength of an emperor, it would be extremely easy for the subduing heavenly king to kill him if there was no one to help him. The spear pierced through Li Zhen's chest and nailed him in the air. Li Zhen, who was already heavily injured, wasn't his match. He continued Qi Huanyu's great Tao, but didn't merge it. Instead, he extended it out. His great Tao broke through 10,000 meters, and he truly had overlord strength. Li Zhen, the near emperor, was heavily injured, so he was naturally no match for him. Seeing Li Zhen pinned in the air, King Ming didn't care about him anymore. He was more or less fearful, but he didn't stop there. King Ming said coldly, Heavenly King Zhen, if Li Zhen and Zhang Tao don't die, ask the experts of the 3 realms who will agree. Li Zhen wasn't even an overlord, and he self-destructed his second great Tao. If he didn't die, he wouldn't be a threat. If Zhang Tao didn't die, this human king would be too much of a threat. As soon as he said that, although no one said anything, at this moment, many experts' auras surged. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, Lord Luofu Mountain, Lord Huitong Mountain. None of these experts agreed. High up in the sky, Li Zhu also chuckled, King Wu, don't go. Heavenly King Zhen, are you really going to sacrifice the entire human realm for King Wu? On the other side, even though King Sun and King Kuan were fighting over the divine weapons, the 2 of them said in unison, King Wu can't escape. The experts who had just arrived glanced at Zhang Tao in astonishment. Saint Tian Kuei looked at the heavily injured Zhang Tao and suddenly smiled, shaking his head and sighing, A sovereign of a generation! What a pity! The sovereign personage of this generation was really too strong. There had been sovereign personages before. The emperors of the feudal era were all considered human kings. However, for thousands of years in the human realm, there had never been anyone more terrifying than this generation's king. Heroes are bound to emerge in chaos. Chaos was about to arrive, and only then did the martial king appear. Now, the martial king had committed crimes everywhere, and all the experts wanted to kill him. Even the subduing heavenly king could not protect him. Dragon Emperor, North Sea, do you really want to be buried with King Wu? In all directions, there were powerhouses who shouted in low voices. The Dragon Emperor glanced at the silent Zhang Tao and was just about to speak when Zhang Tao smiled lightly and said, Seniors, now that things have come to this, it's already enough. Seniors, you can leave in peace. Sigh. Gong Juanzi sighed. At this moment, if he continued to stand on the human side, it would probably really be a dead end. Even so, Gong Zhuanzi still looked at the person who spoke and said with a snicker, "Even if this seat doesn't leave, what can you do? A mere 7 lights heaven also has the qualifications to threaten this seat? 22 beyond heavens, apart from the 4 Brahmas, the other lords of the beyond heavens were not as powerful as him. He was not afraid at all. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Pinyu said coolly, 'North Sea, must you wade into these muddy waters?' Gong Zhuanzi said coolly, 'Do you think this seat is afraid of you? Pinyu, don't come and threaten me. Others are wary of you, but this seat isn't. This seat is all alone. Don't force me to learn dragon transformation and block your Pinyu heaven.' Heavenly Emperor Pinyu gave him a glance, smiled, and did not say a word. North Sea was also considered a lunatic. Or rather, when one's mental strength was cultivated to the extreme, it was the other way around. One's brain was not very good. It was said that during the North-South War back then, North Sea did not even know the purpose of the war between the emperors and participated in the war muddle-headedly, implicating the entire Kuokang mountain army to be wiped out. Such a person was all alone now. Heavenly Emperor Pinyu did not want to get entangled with him either. But even so, if North Sea continued to participate in the war, he would probably be one of those who died today. At this moment, Fate King took the lead, Heavenly Demon King, Myriad Demon King, and the remaining 90 over catacombs, true monarchs, all took a step forward, slowly approaching the human side. In the void, Li Jin struggled frantically, roaring, "Come at me! Come on! Trash, Jiming, you're a cuckold. You're not fit to kill the king of the human race. Do you have the qualifications? You're not." Li Jin, who usually did not speak much, was hysterical today, cursing loudly. "You, Fate King, are not fit to kill the king of the human race." Falling in the hands of Fate King. Non-humans were not strong, it was just the general trend. All sides were pressuring the humans. Fate King was indifferent, ignoring him. Looking at Zhang Tao, who was protected in the crowd, he said lightly, "King Wu, now that things have come to this, do you still want to struggle? You kill yourself. I promise you, the others will not die." Once he said this, the surroundings were slightly shaken, secretly praising him for being powerful. Now, the humans were going to fight to the death. Until now, there were more than 40 human paragons, including King Hua and the others. If they really fought to the death, the catacombs would probably suffer heavy losses. But if King Wu died, the people's hearts would scatter, King Hua and the others would escape, the Dragon Emperor and the others would probably leave too. At that time, there would be only about 0 human paragons left, other than War King and Emperor-level combat power. What else did the humans have to struggle? Heavenly King subduing. Heavenly King subduing was too strong. And because he was too strong, he became a hindrance. Many heavenly kings had their eyes on him. In this era, there was no need for one to stand out. If everyone's strength was similar, then the others could be tolerated. Heavenly King subduing might be the #1 person in the 3 realms now. If he did not die, who knew if it would benefit Heavenly King subduing in the future when the opportunity appeared? Kill yourself? War King heard this and laughed fiercely. There are only humans who die in battle. There are no humans who kill themselves. Jiming, who do you think you are? Today, I killed nearly 100 of your catacombs, true kings. How dare you say that? I want to see if you, a pseudo-emperor level, have the right to stand in the 3 realms after killing dozens of your true kings. These words also poked Life King's sore spot. His combat power was not even at saint level. He was now considered the leader of the catacombs. Those true kings of the catacombs had been roped in over the years. Even if they did not submit to him, they more or less knew to stick together. Especially today, powerhouses appeared frequently. At this time, the catacombs could only be a powerful force by sticking together. Therefore, at this time, the true kings of the catacombs did not panic, nor did they disperse. But if these true kings died, could the catacombs still maintain their current situation? Could such a huge land be ruled by the catacombs again? The two emperor-level, Heavenly Demon King and Myriad Demon King, looked at Life King. Life King was still cold. He said slowly, "War King, do you really want to court death? Without all of you, the land of rebirth can only be trampled on. Now, I only want to kill King Wu. You can still return to the land of rebirth, with the suppressing Heavenly King around. The land of rebirth can't be destroyed. Must you destroy the land of rebirth for your own selfishness, for King Wu?" "I didn't know you could talk so much." War King laughed and said, "At the end of the day, you're still afraid. Useless. If you don't dare to fight, come on, try to kill us." Life King looked at him coldly, looked around, and said slowly, "Everyone, the divine land has contributed greatly this time. In order to eliminate the martial artists of the land of rebirth, more than half of the true kings died in battle. At this stage, do you still want to continue watching? From the beginning to the end, I have given it my all. Do you want to wait until King Wu becomes a Heavenly King powerhouse to regret? In less than 100 years, a Heavenly King is born. Are you really not afraid that the appearance of an emperor in the future will only benefit this person? When that time comes, how many of you will survive?" His sonorous and forceful voice caused the hearts of the surrounding experts to fluctuate. Soon, Heavenly Emperor Peng Yu stood up. Not only him, but the three true God powerhouses of Peng Yu Heaven also stood up. At this stage, if they still hesitated, they would really be in big trouble. If Life King didn't dare to fight to the death, who would kill the human powerhouses? Even though the venerable emperors didn't come forward, they all took a step forward to show their support. Zhang Tao looked at Life King and said with a smile, "Life King, I really underestimated you. I always thought you were an idiot, but now it seems like you're slightly better than an idiot." Life King ignored him and looked at the human side again. Then he looked at the suppressing Heavenly King and said slowly, "Suppressing Heavenly King, if King Wu doesn't die, this battle will not end." He was forcing the Heavenly King to abdicate. He was even more willing to see Zhang Tao commit suicide. If a human king was defeated and committed suicide, such a blow would be extremely huge. He didn't want to see a human king die, fighting for his life. This might stimulate the bloodthirst of humans. Suppressing Heavenly King. It's time to make a decision. At this moment, King Zhen also shouted loudly. At the same time, King Kuin and King Sin shouted, "Suppressing Heavenly King, the tomb of heaven is out. If you hesitate any longer, don't blame us for joining forces to kill you and destroy the human race." The few powerhouses glared at him fiercely. Suppressing Heavenly King looked around and said softly, "Why bother? The human race might not be the key to opening the Emperor's path. Today, we forced the human race here. If the human race isn't the key in the future, he still has to die." King Zhen said indifferently, "The human king is tyrannical. If this person doesn't die, heaven and earth will not tolerate it." Zhang Tao was too terrifying. Even the heavenly kings were afraid of him. In less than 100 years, he would soon reach the Heavenly King stage. If he was given more time, wouldn't he be able to reach the Celestial Emperor stage? Or even the Supreme Venerable Emperor stage? By then, who would be able to stop him? Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Suppressing Heavenly King sneered, but didn't say anything else. They were all forcing him to abdicate. They were all forcing him and Zhang Tao to make a choice. Would all of them die in battle, or would King Wu die? Meow. In the water, the cat cried innocently. Fang Ping pinched its tail tightly. It was a little painful. Why did the liar use so much strength? Fang Ping looked at the mirror and the powerhouses who were forcing the human race. He clenched his teeth. Wait, if I become a supreme venerable emperor, I'll kill all of them. After saying that, he let go of the cat's tail and looked at the broken stone tablet in his hand. He stared at the Life King in the mirror for a while and said in a low voice, "Big Cat, collect the Life King's aura." The Life King was here, and his aura was overflowing. It was too easy to collect his aura. The cat didn't say anything. It waved its claws and fiddled with it. Soon, it sent a ball of gas into the stone tablet. You just need to bring this into the source world. Then, think of the Life King and you can go in, the cat said, but Fong Ping said, no, Old Wong and the others can't enter my source world. Big Cat, I'll have to trouble you again. Use your cat world as a transfer point. We'll go in from there. The cat looked at him with an innocent and helpless expression. Was the liar so smart? How did he know that it was better for me to go in? But if I go in my cat world, if the Life King didn't die, he might find me. He might think that I'm going to poke him to death and take the blame. Then, all right then, the cat said in a wrong tone, but if I go in your cat world, I'll consume my origin energy. It's worth at least one divine weapon. Fong Ping scolded in a low voice. What's wrong with you? What do we do now? Do we have to charge for such a small thing? Are you only interested in money? Little Chubby Face said it. The cat said innocently. Little Chubby Face said it. I have to charge for doing things. It's only right and proper. I have to pay for working. She brushed my fur, so I have to pay her too. Fong Ping almost vomited blood. Round face, this girl. What did she teach the cat? All right, then it'll be 60 divine weapons. Fong Ping was too lazy to care. Say whatever you want. I'll give you one, and you'll be good. There was no time to waste. Fong Ping looked at the other three and said in a low voice, I don't know if the source can be fused. Among the few of us, even I only have the strength of a true god. However, the Life King is an emperor-level powerhouse. If we can't beat the Life King in the Origin Tao, our origin might be destroyed and will become the living dead. Ironhead chuckled. All right, we know. Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's not a battle in reality. The origin still depends on willpower. Is the Life King as strong as us? Willpower. Fong Ping shook his head. The origin did not just look at these. It also looked at the length of the origin Tao and the strength of mentality. These things were combined to determine the strength of the avatars in the source world. He did not say anything else. If the cat was unwilling to make a move, then they could only do it. Old Wong and the rest had divine weapons. If they fought in the source world, they could directly destroy the other party's origin Tao. This was also a very important point. In the next moment, they entered the bright and sunny cat world. Upon entering this place, the cat began to gorge itself again. Fong Ping could not be bothered with it. He placed the stone monument in the center, looked at everyone, and said quickly, I'll try to simulate the aura. I don't know if the origin can be simulated. If it can, the four of us will fuse together and will be extremely powerful. The origin won't be weaker than a top-level true god. If it can't, then we'll act separately. When the time comes, I'll resist the Life King, and you guys destroy the origin Tao. Okay, they responded one after another. Fong Ping tried to use the system here and realized that it could still be used. When he used the system, the cat that was eating crazily turned its head to take a look and mumbled. Then it glanced at Fong Ping somewhat sneakily. When Fong Ping was not paying attention, an invisible aura overflowed and was expanding the cat world. It was a very weak change. Fong Ping did not feel anything. He only noticed that his wealth was decreasing at a frightening rate. At least 50 million points a minute. Fong Ping's teeth were aching. What was going on? 3 people simulated their auras. Logically, 10,000 points a minute should be enough. They had not even entered the Life King's origin Tao yet. But now, 50 million points a minute. That meant that in 2 hours his 8 billion wealth would be depleted. What a joke! Fong Ping bared his teeth in a grimace. The cat gobbled down the food in a frenzy, not uttering a single word. In its heart, however, it was muttering, he wanted to come, but I didn't ask him to. He insisted on giving it to me, but I didn't want it. Yes, I didn't steal it. I came here on my own. Oh, right, I can make more fish monsters now. The cat's big eyes narrowed into slits. Happy. I can stock up on fish monsters now. I can make a lot of them. I can eat them for a long time. How blissful. The cat was overjoyed. It did not care that the 4 people next to it had now merged into a monster that did not look like anything. It did not care about this. Seeing that Fong Ping and the others were about to leave, the stone monument was glowing. The cat suddenly screamed. It could not leave. If it left, it would not have time to make it. In the next moment, the cat hurriedly sped up. The space trembled slightly. Fong Ping's illusory figure seemed to sense something. He looked at the cat and frowned. Big cat, what's going on with your cat world? It seems like it was absorbing something from him. He could feel a suction force. Huh. The cat's eyes widened. Then it said hurriedly, let's go. The passageway is open. Fong Ping did not have time to ask any more. His figure disappeared in a flash. In the sky above the cat world, a dark passageway opened, as if it was connected to somewhere. After he disappeared, the cat panted heavily and muttered, I didn't steal it. I opened the passageway. Whatever is consumed has nothing to do with me. In the next moment, the cat suddenly rolled around on the ground. Its fat body rolled wildly on the big lawn. There was even a burst of childlike snickering. At the same time, in the cat world, a large number of fish monsters appeared out of thin air. The cat's mouth was wide open. Its fat face was already swollen from laughing. I'm so happy, so happy. I have food now. In the past, it had to save its food. At this moment, the cat did not care. 1 bite at a time, 1 bite at a time. In the blink of an eye, it had eaten more than 100. Its paws touched its belly, and it rolled around happily again. It was happy. However, Fong Ping did not have time to look at the system panel. Just a moment ago, 1 billion wealth points disappeared. He did not see it. He saw it. Fong Ping could probably kill the cat. This cat was too black-hearted. At this moment, Fong Ping, together with Old Wang and the rest, was rapidly passing through a black passageway. Fong Ping seemed to be traveling through time and space. This was the first time he was traveling through the source world with some consciousness. This place was like the starry sky of the universe. A person's source world was like a planet. It was very difficult to travel from one planet to another. However, at this time, the stone tablet opened a teleportation passageway for him. At the end, it should be the Life King's source world or the origin Tao. On both sides of the passageway, Fong Ping seemed to see some other planets. Those might be other people's source worlds. This was Fong Ping's first time experiencing such a world. A magical scene. He saw all kinds of planets. Some were big and some were small. Some were very, very big like the sun. Some were very, very small like glass balls. The source world. At this moment, Old Wang and the other 2 were also conscious. They were all amazed. It turned out that such a world really existed. An illusory world might not be fake. Otherwise, how could there be a space battlefield today? At this moment, Li Hansong suddenly said, Look, the world in front is so big. At this moment, Fong Ping and the rest looked toward a world that was like a scorching sun. There seemed to be a Buddha overseeing this world. The previous world was very far away from the passageway. They could not see it clearly. However, this one was almost at the edge of the passageway. Fong Ping glanced at it. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. At the same time, the Buddha overseeing this world seemed to have sensed them. Almost instantly, the world dimmed and the Buddha disappeared. Fong Ping's gaze was strange. He asked quickly, Did you see it clearly? It's a little, not too clear, Li Hansong replied. Fong Ping said in a low voice, I saw it a little clearly. Interesting. Really interesting. The source world is the true projection. Here, nothing can be hidden. I'm afraid the owner of a world like this will not be weak. I'm not sure. It was also their first time seeing it. How could they know how strong the owner of such a big world was? Soon, however, they had a rough idea. At this moment, a huge planet appeared in front of them. It gave them a feeling that it was very, very big. However, it was a little dim, a little dull. Compared to the scorching sun earlier, it was much smaller. On the planet, there was also an illusory projection. It was very illusory, but they could see that it looked a little like the Life King. At this moment, this illusory projection was sitting on the planet with its eyes closed, motionless, unlike the Buddha earlier, which could actually sense the passageway's location. Fong Ping and the others appeared at the edge of the planet in an instant. Like an eggshell, there was a thin film surrounding the planet. At this moment, Fong Ping had some understanding of how to break into someone else's origin Tao. Breaking this thin film would allow one to enter. Powerhouses could sense it. When they broke through, there would be a huge movement. The Life King's projection was sitting here. If ordinary powerhouses wanted to break through, they would wake him up instantly. Just like the first time Fong Ping broke into old Zhang's origin Tao, old Zhang reacted almost instantly and kicked him away. The stone monument only helped them open up a passageway. It was not responsible for breaking the thin film. Maybe it could have been done in the past. However, the broken stone monument now obviously could not. Otherwise, the cat would not have poked it for a long time previously. It was only when Zhang Tao cooperated with the outside that the thin film was broken and the message was delivered. Fong Ping looked at the thin film, then at the Life King's illusory projection. After some thought, he looked at the system again. At this glance, Fong Ping's face turned green. However, he did not think of the cat for a while. He thought that opening the passageway just now had consumed so much. A full 1 billion points. What a joke! Usually, when he broke into other people's Tao, it would cost at most 100 million, at least 10 million. Where did it come from? He had not broken through to the origin Tao yet. D***M, it's so expensive. Fong Ping was shocked. Could it be that the Life King was this powerful? If that was the case, was that scorching sun just now not 10 times or 100 times more powerful? Fong Ping did not care about this. He quickly used the origin analysis function. At this moment, Fong Ping saw the scene clearly. The thin film was slowly melting. Very soon, a hole the size of a person was broken open. On the planet, the closed eyes of the gigantic illusory projection seemed to move. However, this time, Fong Ping cooperated with both sides. The stone monument opened the way while the system broke the door. The movement was much smaller. The illusory projection's eyes trembled. Fong Ping had already entered quickly. In the blink of an eye, the thin film closed. The illusory projection no longer trembled. Obviously, it did not notice that it had been invaded. Chapter 1008. Fong Ping's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, Fong Ping fell into a completely unfamiliar world. Fong Ping restrained all his aura. His movements were minimal. In the past, when he entered a powerhouse's origin Tao, he did not know what was going on. Sometimes he could not care less and did not consider anything at all. As for restraining his aura in the origin Tao, he did not even think about it. This time, however, he did it. The system could be used here too. The system seemed to have nothing to do with the body, but was in the consciousness. Hence, his consciousness was here and the system was here too. Wealth, 7, 1 billion points vitality. 219,999 calories. 219,999 calories. Mentality, 9,955 hertz. 10,455 hertz. 9955 hertz. Unbreakable. Destructive power. 85 yuan. 85 yuan origin. Stage 1. Increase 9% plus 30%. Storage space. 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield. 1 point/minute plus 3. 1,000 points/minute. Aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus 2. 1,000 points/minute. origin, detailed analysis. 10-100 million points/time, 50 million points/minute. This time, Fang Ping saw something different. There was an additional number in the origin, detailed analysis line. This was the specific standard of wealth consumption. 50 million points per minute. Fang Ping grimaced. It was so expensive. He dared not waste such a huge consumption. He did not know how long he would have to stay later. Moreover, a long night would bring trouble. If Life King found out that someone else had invaded, it would be very troublesome. Fang Ping restrained his aura, his body floating. Now he looked around, finally knowing where he was. The junction between the origin Tao and the origin world. Behind him was Life King's origin world. In front of him was a very long Tao. Overlord level was 10,000 meters long. 20 li was not considered short. / the origin world or the origin Tao. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's voice rang in his mind. Not everyone was like Tsang Mao. The origin world was the origin Tao. Under normal circumstances, the origin world was the place to fight. The origin Tao was the foundation that made one strong. Fang Ping looked back at Life King's origin world. Life King's origin world was not big, but it felt very thick. Fang Ping might not be able to break it. / the origin Tao. There's a high chance that there's a huge flaw in his origin Tao. I don't believe he'll be able to merge Qi Huanyu's Tao and his Tao. The other 3 agreed with Fang Ping's words. There was a problem with Fate King's Tao. His flaw was almost obvious. No matter what, continuing someone else's path would not be as smooth as his own. Go. As Fang Ping spoke in his mind, he began to float forward. This was the Tao of Fate King. It was very wide, about 1,000 meters wide. This was the second Emperor-level powerhouse Tao that Fang Ping had entered. The first one was Old Zhang. Life King's path was not as wide as Old Zhang's, but 1,000 meters wide was not considered narrow. Qi Huanyu was a peerless rank 9, and his origin Tao was only 100 meters wide. The few true gods that Fang Ping had killed were also far inferior to a Life King. One had to admit that Fate King's talent was indeed top-notch. If it wasn't for this, Fate King, who was considered a rising star, wouldn't have been able to reach this stage in just a few hundred years. Fate King had only been the Heaven's Hall Master for about 300 years. As soon as he stepped into the Life King's Tao, Fang Ping could feel the difference. On both sides, tens of thousands of people knelt. Kowtow! In the middle of the 1,000-meter-wide road was a main road that looked like an imperial road. On both sides of the road, countless people in catacombs' robes were kowtowing. Emperor, Emperor, Supreme and Supreme. When Fang Ping stepped into the middle of the road, this thought suddenly arose in his mind. It was a sudden thought. I am a supreme existence. He did not see some of Life King's memories. Only these wills were attacking Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not expect that Life King's origin Tao was actually a Tao similar to the Emperor Tao. It was slightly different from Zhang Tao's. It was also slightly different from Fang Ping's. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and Life King, all 3 of them had people in their origin Tao. In Fang Ping's origin Tao, there were many acquaintances. They were all living in the origin Tao, now opening up the Tao. There was no division of priority. There was no such thing as surrendering and kowtowing. Fang Ping had never thought about this. Although he only had a glimpse of Zhang Tao's Tao last time, Fang Ping saw that there were people on both sides of the road. They did not kowtow. They were all standing. However, Fang Ping had some impression of their admiring gazes. Zhang Tao, human king. Life King. Perhaps he was also considered a human king? Or an immortal king, if the catacombs humans called themselves immortals. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly thought of Li Zhu. What was this fellow's Tao like? He was also the master of the catacombs' royal court. Back then, he was also revered by the people of Sky Plant Royal Court. Could it be that Li Zhu's Tao was also like that? In the Tao, some low voices could be heard. Unify God continent. Congratulations to the king. The people were all kowtowing and congratulating Life King for unifying God continent. The first few thousand meters were filled with such scenes and voices. Towards the end, there were some changes. There were fewer people. Around 5,000 meters away, a voice could be heard from the void. You want me to submit to you? What rights do you have to make me submit to you? King, you are not qualified. Among the 8 ancient kings, only the heavenly king dares to call himself a king. There are countless true gods. The few heavenly kings are like frogs in a well. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who are you? Heaven realm, King Gen. In the void, 2 figures appeared. One was Life King, and the other was King General Fangping, was slightly surprised. This meant that King Gen only appeared when Life King's Tao reached this stage. 5,000 meters. It was probably when Life King became the Hall Master of the True King Hall, right? When he became the Hall Master, he wasn't as strong as he was now. These scenes flashed by in an instant. Very soon, Fangping continued to walk forward and saw a completely different scene. Your father wants to become stronger. Heaven realm, 3 realms, heavenly court, 8 kings. In the void, Life King muttered to himself as he looked up at the starry sky. He wanted to become stronger. When he became a true king, he felt that unifying God continent was his ultimate goal. When he walked 5,000 meters, he felt that he could fight against any expert. In the entire universe, the Demon Emperor and the 2 kings might not be much stronger than him. But that day, he met King General that day. He knew that there was always someone stronger than him, and he was still too weak. It was also that day that he changed his mind. Unify God continent? No, unify the 3 realms. He wanted to become an emperor, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He realized that he was too weak. He wasn't as strong as King General. King Gen caused his golden body to crack in 3 moves. King Gen looked at him coldly and asked him, submit or die? He chose to submit. His great cause had not been completed, and his lofty aspirations had not been fulfilled. How could he die? But he wasn't willing. Thus he made a decision that day. According to a fortuitous encounter he had many years ago, he wanted to find a blood relative to him to groom him into the Tao. He wanted to walk on his Tao and continue his own Tao. Only then would he be able to quickly become an emperor, like King Gen mentioned. The Tao of origin was harder the further one walked. When he reached 6,000 meters, he was walking at the speed of a turtle. Walking on the second Tao wasn't the same Tao. Zhang Tao and the others knew that the increase was small. He also knew that no matter how far he walked, he might not be able to become an emperor unless he reached 10,000 meters on the second Tao. But what if he combined the 2 Taos? Scenes of the past appeared in Fangping's eyes. Life King also had his own changes in heart. His ambition had changed. It was no longer to unify God continent. His goal was the 3 realms. When Fangping was about 6,000 meters away, he saw a different scene. This was the first time he saw a different scene in a powerhouse's Tao. The Tao at the back was actually wider, about 2,000 meters. Greetings, Life Emperor. The 3 realms are unified. Congratulations to the Emperor. More people appeared on both sides of the Tao. At this moment, these people were kowtowing. Even though they were just illusions, they gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Fangping was surprised. Life King actually wanted to unify the 3 realms at this moment. He was going to be crowned as the Emperor. This fellow was really capable. However, he had to admit that when his ambition became bigger, his Tao of origin actually became wider. This was something that was extremely surprising. How much can Life King's Tao of origin increase? Fangping had some thoughts. Life King didn't continue Qi Huanyu's Tao previously, but he seemed to have the combat strength of an emperor. If not, he wouldn't be qualified to be on the same level as emperors like Sky Demon King. It was said that Life King had a backup plan and a special ability. Could this be it? Fang Ping's Tao of Origin was 3,000 meters wide and increased by 30%. Could it be that Life King had an additional 20% increase? If that was the case, it made sense why he had the confidence to be arrogant. His own Tao had walked close to 8,000 meters and increased by 70%. 2,000 meters wide and increased by 20%. The second Tao had probably walked no less than 3,000 meters. Even if it was weakened by half, it was still a 15% increase. In other words, Life King had actually achieved the increase of an emperor. He was already considered an emperor before this, but his Tao is a little strange. The front is actually not as wide as the back. Fang Ping was a little confused. He also could not figure out if this was the increase. If everyone's Tao of Origin could increase, then Old Zhang's side. Old Zhang's Tao of Origin is 10,000 meters wide, and the increase is already 100%. Then, could it be that he didn't walk very far on the Tao at all? Fang Ping had always thought that Old Zhang was so strong because he did not see the end last time. He only saw about 10,000 meters last time. At this battle, Old Zhang's combat strength was comparable to the 36 saints. That meant that it had exceeded 80,000 meters. However, did Old Zhang really walk 80,000 meters on the Tao? Not necessarily. Maybe it had something to do with the width he walked. His combat strength increase was actually somewhat similar to Fang Ping's. Old Zhang's origin Tao might not really walk as far as he imagined. This old man might also be hiding his strength. Just like Fang Ping, he publicized that he walked 800 meters in a day. It's very possible. This old man is very cunning. Maybe he walked 20 to 30,000 meters at most? Fang Ping muttered in his heart. The possibility was very high. How could the origin Tao walk so fast? Broadening was also difficult. However, Old Zhang's coalescence Tao had always been integrating other Tao. Perhaps this was his capital for broadening. The increase of a saint is at least 2. 7 times. If Old Zhang walked 30,000 meters, it would be 2. 2 times. If it's 10,000 meters wide, the increase is 100%, then it would be 3. 2 times. It's very likely that this is the case. 3. 2 times seems stronger than a saint. However, one should not forget that the longer one walked on the Tao, the stronger one's foundation would be. Old Zhang's foundation might not be that high because he did not walk as far as others. However, he walked horizontally wide, covering this flaw, and others did not notice it. If that's the case, Old Zhang's future is very bright. Fang Ping sighed as he walked. The shorter one walked now actually meant that the future was brighter. When everyone else cannot walk anymore, one could still walk. Then, one would only need time to surpass everyone. Fang Ping thought of this and felt even more emotional. Old Zhang was very similar to him. Both of them appeared to the outside world that they had walked very far on the origin Tao. However, in reality, they probably only knew how weak they were. The origin did not walk very far. 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters, as Fang Ping continued to walk forward. Very soon, he knew that he had arrived. The scene in front of him became more and more bizarre. It was as if 2 different worlds had been grafted together. The 2,000 meters road narrowed again. The road in front of him was less than 1,000 meters wide. This was Qi Huanyu's Tao, but it was also different. This was actually cultivated by the Life King himself, so it was wider and longer than Qi Huanyu's. 2 great Tao had merged here. Fang Ping hurriedly went forward to check, frowning slightly. The 2 Tao seemed to be connected perfectly. He had thought that there would be gaps when they were pieced together like this. If there were no gaps, could the few of them cut off the Life King's Emperor-level Tao? What should I do? Fang Ping looked at the narrowing road in front of him and felt a little helpless. Should he take action now? It would be fine if he did not move. Once he moved, the Life King would definitely notice. If he could not injure the Life King with his first move, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Why don't we try? This is the convergence point of the two Tao. There will be gaps. Maybe we can cut off his Tao if we attack. Or we can go to the boundary 5,000 meters away. King Zhen appeared there and also caused his Tao to change. Maybe there's a weakness too. The few of them discussed continuously. They could not be careless. If they failed, they might not have another chance. Fang Ping's eyes flickered and he said quickly, maybe there's still a chance. The Tao in front is Qi Huanyu's Tao. Maybe. I can try to summon Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's heart moved slightly. Maybe it was really possible. Qi Huanyu's Tao had collapsed and died, but his origin Tao was still there. It might not be impossible for him to appear here. That fellow is extremely arrogant. Even if he dies, he wants to die by his own hands. Now that his Tao has been taken over by the Life King, can he really bear it? If that's the case, living in someone else's origin world for the rest of his life would be worse than death. Fang Ping did as he thought of it. In the next moment, he stepped into the narrow path. Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's voice was ethereal as he called out softly. He was also frightened. He did not want to wake the Life King up. Also, was Qi Huanyu really here? This was the first time he encountered such a thing. The outside world. The Life King frowned slightly. He felt uncomfortable. At this moment, the War King was still cursing. This made the Life King even more uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable. Not far away, unquestionable Jian, who had been keeping a low profile, also had his eyes flickering. Just now, he seemed to have sensed something. Who's spying on me? Is there another powerhouse in the dark? Unquestionable Jian looked around. He had also sensed something unusual just now. He restrained his aura. Could it be that something unexpected happened today? Or someone in the Tomb of Heaven was spying on him? Unquestionable Jian became even more careful. That kind of spying seemed to reach his heart. He even felt that the origin was leaking out. Ashkat? Unquestionable Jian suddenly thought of Ashkat. Where was Ashkat? This time, Ashkat did not appear. Could it have gone to sleep? That could not be right. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao would definitely make use of Ashkat's combat strength. This Tomb of Heaven, could it be Ashkat's doing? The thought flashed past unquestionable Jian's mind. He dared not think too deeply about it. If he did, Ashkat would sense it easily. Zhang Tao should have a backup plan. Those days, he disappeared mysteriously for a period of time. The other summits also disappeared. Maybe it has something to do with the Tomb of Heaven here. Unquestionable Jian's eyes flickered again. Today's incident was probably not over yet. Perhaps there would be more changes in the future. Just as he was thinking about this, far away, Heavenly King Zhen saw Life King and the others closing in. He suddenly said, Unquestionable Jian, I've done you a favor. Today, it's time to return the favor. Unquestionable Jian was silent. Heavenly King Zhen said in a low voice, I don't care what you're planning. If you don't save me this time, don't blame me for spoiling your plan. Heavenly King Zhen, why do you have to force me? Unquestionable Sword responded faintly. Force me? Heavenly King Zhen snorted coldly. It's only right to repay a debt. Since you owe this old man a favor, you'll have to pay it back. Don't think that you dare to challenge me just because you hid some strength. There were many people who schemed against you in Empyrean. I don't ask for much. If Empyrean dares to participate in the battle, just kill them. If the Empyrean emperors did not participate in the battle, would Life King really dare to lead the catacombs' powerhouses to fight? At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen could only do so. Unquestionable Jian had the strength to stop Empyrean emperors. Unquestionable Jian was silent for a moment again. He took a step forward and looked at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu and the others. He said lightly, I owe Heavenly King Zhen a favor. Everyone retreat. Unquestionable Jian. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu's expression was ugly. He had just finished speaking when a streak of sword qi swept in front of his face. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu's body flashed with golden light. A moment later, everyone saw a shocking scene. Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu, whose strength was close to saint level, had a bloody mark on his face. Blood flowed nonstop. Return it or not. Unquestionable Jian was still indifferent. If you don't retreat, you'll all die. The venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors were furious, but also fearful. The next moment, Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu took a deep breath and looked at Life King. He said, "Leave the demon lord to us." Life King cursed in his heart. The demon lord was not going to attack at all. What did he mean by "leave it to you"? But at this moment he was helpless. The venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors didn't dare to participate in the battle when the demon lord attacked. Things were going to be troublesome. King Zhen was being held back. So was the venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors. King Kuin, King Sin, and Heaven's Pole were still fighting for the divine weapon. It seemed like none of them were going to give up. Obviously, they had no intention of interfering now. Li Zhu was watching from the side as if it was none of his business. He couldn't wait for them to fight to the end. Obviously, he wouldn't intervene now. Moon Spirit was fighting with the three guardians. Saint Tian Kuei was only concerned about the Tomb of Heaven. Guardian messengers in the sea were the same. They didn't care about them. Looking at the experts around him, King Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. He, Thousand Goblin King, Heaven Goblin King, Emperor Huitong Mountain, and Luo Fu Mountain were all here. There were 5 venerable emperors. The one from Luo Fu Mountain was close to the Sage Realm. He might even be a Sage Realm warrior. Life King quickly said, "Emperor Luo Fu will deal with dragon transformation. Emperor Huitong will deal with Gong Zhuanzi. Thousand Goblin King and Heaven Goblin King will deal with Emperor Xianji, Battle King, Thunder King, and Dragon King. What do you think?" Thousand Goblin King and Heaven Goblin King weren't weak. Battle King and Thunder King might only be able to defeat one of them. Dragon King was just an external help after all. He might not even participate in the battle. Life King's arrangement wasn't too difficult. The few venerable emperors nodded indiscernibly. These people from North Sea might not participate in the battle. The situation was clear now. Life King said again, "Even if there are losses, we must kill King Wu this time. These people have used up a lot of their energy and are heavily injured. They are not a threat. A Goblin King and a true king will fight 2 against 1. Don't fight to the death with King Hua and the others. They won't fight to the death either. They will definitely escape at the crucial moment once King Hua and the others leave. We will fight 3 against 1. As long as we don't panic and kill the true king of the Land of Rebirth, we won't suffer any losses." Life King could see the situation clearly. The Dragon King and the other powerhouses wouldn't fight to the death. King Hua was the same. As long as there was someone to delay them, they wouldn't fight to the death. Dragon transformation was a bit dangerous. On the human side, there weren't many peak stage powerhouses left. There were just over 30 of them. The combat power ratio was 3-1. If they were careful, there wouldn't be any big problems. Everyone listened quietly. No one questioned him. Life King's arrangement was safe. Moreover, Life King wasn't restrained by anyone. With his strength, he could protect everyone. At this moment, the humans also felt the danger and determination of Life King and the others. Zhang Tao sighed. He didn't expect to be unable to enter the trap when they were at the door. He had miscalculated. The key was still Life King's side. His desire to kill the humans exceeded his expectations. The catacombs that had lost nearly half of their members still had such cohesiveness. "Ji Ming," Zhang Tao muttered in a low voice. The crimson saber in his hand appeared again. "Let's fight again. Fight to the end." As for the others, Zhang Tao put one hand behind his back and waved lightly. Don't join the battle. Today, let me fight alone. Zhang Tao took a step forward. His eyes were resolute. He growled, Jiming, you want to kill me? Bring it on. Life King laughed loudly. That's good. This is the best choice. As he laughed, Life King suddenly felt uneasy. He clutched his chest. His laughter gradually faded. He frowned slightly. This discomfort was becoming more and more obvious. Are you kidding me? I'm an emperor-level powerhouse. How could I get sick? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this guy? Could it be that there's something wrong with the great Tao? Jiming, give me your life. Today I'll fight Jiming alone. No one is allowed to interfere. Zhang Tao roared. Holding the crimson saber, he quickly attacked. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. He would kill him while he was down. Life King frowned. He wanted to check on Zhang Tao, but even if he was heavily injured, he would not underestimate him. He had to fight with all his might. Meanwhile, in the passageway, Qi Huanyu's illusion really appeared. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Qi Huanyu seemed to be at a loss too. The moment Qi Huanyu appeared, Life King's Tao continued to rumble. Fang Ping was shocked. He was afraid that Life King would appear now. Fortunately, it did not. Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping shouted. The illusion did not fluctuate. Fang Ping thought for a while and said quickly, Jiao was killed. Ji Hong was killed. Life King killed all of them to avenge his humiliation. I wanted to protect you, but I couldn't. Your Tao has been continued. Life King has become an emperor. He's too powerful. The illusion fluctuated slightly. It seemed to have some reaction. It's true. If you want revenge now, the only way is to destroy Life King's Tao. You can't decide your own Tao. Instead, Life King made use of it and turned it into a killing weapon. He even killed your son and granddaughter. Qi Huanyu, are you willing to die? You refused to admit defeat even before you died. You even wanted to protect your granddaughter. What about now? Now you're the real murderer who killed your granddaughter. At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly opened his eyes. The illusion seemed to have become a little more real. Yao is dead, yes. Qi Huanyu's illusion trembled. A long, long time ago, when he had lost hope for the future, the word grandfather had filled him with hope for life again. Now he was dead. He had died under his own Tao. Tao is mine, my Tao. I decide. Qi Huanyu's illusion seemed to only have a trace of remnant consciousness. Its consciousness was a little chaotic, but it still expressed its meaning. Fang Ping quickly said, That's right. You should blow up your own Tao. How can you let others use it? At this moment, the only thought in Old Wang and the other two's minds was, this guy was really evil. He tricked the dead every day. This was not the first time Fang Ping had tricked the dead. The Tao trembled. The Tao that was continued seemed to tremble along with the illusion's fluctuations. It became more and more intense. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He had actually done it. It was too amazing. The next moment, the god-slaying saber appeared in Fang Ping's hand. With a shake of his body, Old Wang and the other two appeared. Quick, go and destroy his Tao. I'll sever this Tao that's been continued here. Fang Ping let out a low roar. Seeing that a gap had appeared at the connecting point of the two Taos, he was even more ecstatic. He could not wait for Qi Huanyu to self-destruct. He was afraid that the Life King would find out soon. Therefore, at this moment, he had to sever this Tao that was continued himself. Rumble. The Tao roared, and the road ahead trembled. Old Wang and the other two were wearing divine weapons. They hurried back the way they came, waiting for Fang Ping to attack, so that they could destroy it quickly. Kacha! A faint cracking sound rang. Fang Ping sensed that something was amiss. He could not wait any longer. Slash! Fang Ping roared. At this moment, there was no need to hide anymore. The Life King would definitely find out with such a huge commotion. I'm going to slay an emperor today. Break! The god-slaying saber in Fong Ping's hand erupted with intense light. At this moment, the figures in his source world flew out one after another and merged into the Changdao. Break! Break! Countless people were shouting loudly. Only by severing this Dao would there be hope. Rumble! The Changdao slashed through the world and came crashing down. Amid Fong Ping's hysterical roar, the saber came crashing down. The 1,000-meter-wide connecting point already had cracks. As the saber fell along the cracks, almost instantly a cracking sound rang out. At the same time, on Qi Huanyu's path ahead, Qi Huanyu's silhouette solidified a little. He looked at Fong Ping abruptly and laughed bitterly. I'm dead, I'm dead. I've even been tricked by you, Sai. Having said that, he shook his head slightly. Looking at the broken Dao and the Life King who had just materialized, he laughed suddenly. Have you ever regretted it? At this moment, on the path, the Life King's face was deathly pale. He was not in a hurry to deal with Fong Ping. He looked at Qi Huanyu and said lightly, No. The strong are heartless. You exist to continue this king's Dao. I see. A sigh was heard. The next moment, Qi Huanyu walked toward the end of the broken Dao. Life King, Temple Master, Master, in this lifetime, I won't be able to call you father anymore. Farewell, I used to hate you. I don't hate you anymore. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter was heard. The broken Dao collapsed with a bang, turning into countless fragments and disappearing into the endless darkness. In this world, the last shred of Qi Huanyu's existence had completely dissipated. The Life King's face turned pale again. He looked at Fong Ping abruptly. At this moment, he let out a voice filled with hatred. Fong Ping, I won't rest until you're dead. Rumble. At this moment, explosions were heard from other places as well. The Life King did not care about that. He wanted to kill Fong Ping. Kill Fong Ping. He had been tricked by Fong Ping. His Dao was broken. He could not accept it. He could be defeated by martial kings and powerhouses. He could not accept losing to Fong Ping, to an ant. I won't rest until I'm dead. Green Hat King, watch out. Fong Ping roared, waving his saber and attacking. The Life King, with the 8,000-meter Dao, was powerful, but he had a divine weapon. It would be of some help. When Old Wang and the others returned later, they would join forces to kill him. Chapter 1009. In the Origin of Dao, Fate King and Fong Ping, one with a spear and the other with a saber, started fighting. Fong Ping was defeated and his projection started to dissipate. However, Fate King trembled when he was slashed by his saber. That wasn't all. At this moment, Fate King's body shook and the Dao shook. It wasn't Old Wang and the rest. King Wu! Fate King bellowed. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He was being attacked from both inside and outside. He was still fighting with King Wu outside. I'll kill you first. Fate King had never hated someone so much before. Fong Ping, this insignificant person, rose up so quickly. Now his emperor's path was broken. He couldn't accept this. Moreover, if he didn't kill Fong Ping, the origin of Dao would be disturbed. How could he go out and fight? Fate King's body trembled, but he only left a little bit of his consciousness to fight Zhang Tao. Fong Ping was more hateful than King Wu. Soul severing. Fate King swept his spear. Fong Ping felt his soul leaving his body. The powerful spear light shattered his projection. At this moment, Old Wang and the rest arrived. I'm invincible. Invincible. Tai Tu roared. He dashed forward in his emperor armor and threw a punch. He couldn't shake Fate King's spear, but he used his emperor armor to block the spear and continued to attack Fong Ping. Rumble. Tai Tu was sent flying. The next moment, Wang Jinyang drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shot over and pierced through the Life King's arm. Yao Chang merged his body with his spear. He teleported and aimed at Fate King's head. Invincible. The human race is invincible. These fellows seemed to be hypnotizing themselves. The more they shouted, the stronger their aura became. Fang Ping regained his senses and shouted, "I'm invincible. I've never lost. I've never lost a battle. How dare you, Green Hat King, fight me?" The more he shouted, the more solid his body became. Fang Ping was overjoyed. "Yes, I'm invincible. I'm invincible. I've never lost." As for how many years he had lived and how he would run away when he met a powerhouse, those were all extra. He had never lost to anyone. Didn't he kill all the powerful enemies in the past? From the Sky Gate City, lured to the Magic City catacombs, to now, I've killed countless people. How can trash like you, Life King, compare to me? He lost to King Jen in 3 moves. Useless. After cultivating for so many years, you relied on an outsider's Tao to achieve the Tao. Trash. You can't even compare to a martial king. Trash. Son turning into grandson. Trash. A family of trash, and you're the most trash. Fang Ping cursed as he fought. The 4 of them did not combine, but split up to attack Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping realized that it might be better if they split up. Now that they were separated, everyone had the opportunity to display their strength. Lao Wang was calm and collected. He did not get close to the Life King and stood far away. If there was a chance, he would shoot an arrow to injure the Life King. If there was no chance, he would destroy the Great Path. Clad in emperor armor, Iron Head took the lead. He did not dodge or evade, blocking the attacks for Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjuan's god vanquishing spear gave off a dazzling radiance. Every time it struck the Life King, the Life King's body would tremble. Fang Ping's god-slaying saber had the strongest explosive force. Although the god-slaying saber might not be as complete as the other divine weapons, Fang Ping himself was strong enough. Now that he was fighting, naturally he would be stronger than the others. Fate King's eyes were cold and sharp. Perhaps he was angry and sullen. If it were any other day, he would have killed these small fries in an instant. However, he was in the Origin Tao. His Origin Tao had just been severely injured, and there were people attacking his body from the outside world. His strength was less than 10% of his original strength. Not only that, these few people all had divine weapons. Divine weapons targeted the Origin Tao, so their destructive power was stronger. Bastard! The Life King hated Fang Ping the most. At this moment, he allowed Yao Qingjun and Old Wang to attack. He sent Iron Head flying with a spear and swept across Fang Ping. Rumble! An explosion was heard. Fang Ping's body exploded, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. "I'm invincible, the number 1 in the 3 realms." Fang Ping roared again and said quickly, "Attack his Origin Tao and break his Tao." At this moment, everyone was attacking the Life King while attacking his Tao. In the blink of an eye, the previously flat Tao was now full of potholes. The Life King's expression changed again. At this moment, his body trembled again. Zhang Tao, who was outside, seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and was attacking his body crazily. Fang Ping noticed the change in his body. Sensing this scene, Fang Ping was also surprised. Then he became anxious. It could not be too long, or else the Life King's abnormality would definitely be noticed. In fact, at this moment, the people outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The Life King was fighting with the heavily injured Martial King, but he was actually being suppressed. This was too abnormal. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King and the others were ready to make a move. They were already ready to attack. Fang Ping was anxious. "Merge! Kill him!" Fang Ping roared again. In the next moment, the 4 of them quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, a monster appeared. Fang Ping was the leader. At this moment, his aura was much stronger. "Green Hat King, go to hell!" Fang Ping roared and slashed with his Changdao. The Life King had just blocked the Changdao. In the next moment, a long spear emerged from his chest and stabbed into his chest. That was not all. Suddenly, a head emerged from his arm and bit the Life King's arm. The bite made the Life King's arm smoke continuously. On the other side, Old Wang's longbow turned into a Changdao. Wang Jinyang was also a saber Dao powerhouse. At this moment, when he slashed with his saber, it was not weaker than Fang Ping's. With the four of them as one, they could use all kinds of moves. Although the Life King was stronger than them, at this time he was being attacked from both inside and outside. He was extremely aggrieved and uncomfortable. However, very soon the Life King calmed down. You guys can't kill me. When the Myriad Demon King and the others attack and kill Martial King, I will slowly deal with you guys. Although Fang Ping and the others had broken his Dao and destroyed his great path, they could not kill him. Can't kill you. You're really confident. I'll show you how I killed today. At this moment, a broken stone tablet suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Without saying a word, Fang Ping threw the stone tablet toward the faraway passage. Explode. Anyway, I can only use it a few times. I don't want it anymore. I'll self-destruct the divine weapon and blow up your great path. The Life King's expression changed drastically, but it was too late. There was a rumble. The stone tablet exploded and was instantly shattered. It was not only the stone tablet that was shattered. At the same time, the 8,000 meters great path broke apart at the 5,000 meters connection point with a crack. Damn it. The Life King went crazy. In this lifetime, he had walked his Dao to 8,000 meters. Previously, it was Qi Huanyu's Dao that was broken. In fact, it did not hurt his foundation. But now his own Dao was severed. You guys deserve to die. The Life King had really gone crazy. It was broken. From now on, if he lived, he would only be a true king whose origin had only walked 5,000 meters. He was still far away from emperor level, from the number one in the catacombs. He had become an existence that could not even be compared to the Maple King. No, how could he unify the three realms like this? The Life King's spear exploded. With a rumble, Fang Ping and the others showed signs of disintegration. However, his origin path was broken, his injuries worsened, and his strength was greatly reduced. He could not break up Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was in for a penny, in for a pound. Just as the great path exploded, he suddenly ignored the Life King and ran forward frantically, attacking the great path everywhere. He wanted to break his great path first. Fang Ping. The Life King roared in anger, fighting to the death. However, Fang Ping let Iron Head move to the back to face the enemy while he slashed wildly. The stone tablet self-destructed. After all, it was a divine weapon. Even if it was only a broken one, the remaining great path still collapsed from the explosion. Fang Ping slashed continuously along these cracks. In his hands, the god-slaying saber exploded with intense light. Fang Ping's wealth consumption had also reached a peak. At this moment, tens of millions of wealth were passing by every second. Rumble. The great path continued to collapse. Behind them, Old Wang wielded his saber and waved it. Ironhead roared, "Hurry up, this guy is crazy. Fang Ping, we can't hold on any longer." Old Wang also said quickly, "Fang Ping, our origin is about to disperse." They had entered the Life King's origin path, but it did not mean that the origin would always be the strong. It was also being consumed. At this moment, it was almost at its limit. Fang Ping heard that, and his expression changed slightly. He roared again and slashed his saber down. Crack! The sound of shattering was heard again. A path hundreds of meters long was slashed by him and fell off. Fang Ping. The Life King went crazy, roaring incessantly. Meanwhile, Old Wang and the others were getting weaker and weaker. Fang Ping could not let them dissipate completely. Otherwise, their bodies would become the living dead. Seeing that, he shouted, "You guys go, I'll kill him." Fang Ping, it's okay. How strong is he now? My origin path is also 3,000 meters long, not shorter than him. with the divine weapon in hand. Let's see who can survive until the end. 3,000 meters! The few of them were stunned. They had to admit that Fong Ping's silhouette was still very solid. He was much stronger than them. They did not hesitate anymore. They were about to dissipate. If they did not leave now, they would really become the living dead. Moreover, if they continued to fight, their strength would weaken. The more they fought, the weaker they would become. In the end, they would die for nothing. Their silhouettes flashed and disappeared in the great path almost instantly. Seeing that, Fong Ping scolded. I told you to go, so go. You didn't even bother to be polite. You have no conscience. At this moment, the Life King's eyes were cold. He no longer roared, but said, coldly, I'm still not dead. Fong Ping, it's time for you to die. What are you so arrogant about? Fong Ping held the god-slaying saber in his hand and said angrily, I'll explode the god-slaying saber and blow you to death. The Life King was stunned. At this moment, Fong Ping slashed with his saber and sent him flying dozens of meters. Idiot! Fong Ping scolded again. The god-slaying saber is still useful. I'm not going to explode it. After sending the Life King flying, Fong Ping turned around and continued to hack at the avenue in a frenzy. Crack! A crisp sound was heard again. A few hundred meters of the avenue was cut off again. Fate King had gone mad. He watched helplessly as Fong Ping severed his great Tao of origin bit by bit. Watched helplessly as his aura dropped bit by bit. He had really gone mad. He had almost fallen from the Dharch level to the weak, true monarch level. In the outside world, Zhang Tao seemed to have realized something. He was actually coughing up blood and flying backward. He was no longer crushing him, but rather fighting on equal footing with him. Just like that, Thousand Goblin King and the others actually stopped. Ming Wang's expression changed. Suddenly, he wanted to disappear from this place. He wanted to return to his original body and let Thousand Goblin King and the others attack to free him from Zhang Tao. If he wanted to leave, Fong Ping could not stop him. At that moment, Fong Ping's expression changed. If this guy left, there would be trouble. Just as he was thinking this, a broken figure appeared in the next second. Zhang Tao laughed when he saw Fong Ping. Kid, I knew it was you. Good job. He could also enter the origin to fight. Any powerhouse could. However, he was severely injured previously. His origin had collapsed badly. Fate King's strength was at its peak. If he entered, he would be courting death. However, he felt the changes in Fate King and felt that Fate King wanted to return. Although he did not know if he had guessed correctly, he was still willing to take the risk. He was right. It was really Fong Ping, this kid, who was secretly plotting against Fate King. Just as Fate King was about to leave, Zhang Tao grabbed him out of the darkness. With a wave of his hand, he slashed. Fong Ping followed quickly. Zhang Tao's strength was not strong at this time. Fong Ping felt that he might not be as strong as him. He had no choice but to join forces. Old Zhang, you're so weak. Cut the crap. Look, without me, would you have been beaten to death? Fong Ping chopped Fate King's head off with one slash. He laughed and said, You can't do it. Can you chop off his head? Zhang Tao was speechless. Nonsense. I don't even have a divine weapon. It's already good enough that I can hold Fate King back. Then he said, Quickly, hurry, this guy's aura is declining rapidly. Soon, he won't be able to hide it anymore. We must kill him quickly. Do you think I'm dead? Fate King's head recovered. He roared in anger. He did not expect to be overturned in the blink of an eye when he had the absolute advantage just a moment ago. These two fellows were actually discussing how to kill him right in front of him. Shut up, trash! Both of them scolded at the same time. Zhang Tao scolded. He said, Quickly, give me the saber. You only know how to chop, chop, chop. You don't have any skills at all. Hurry up. Fong Ping mumbled. Without hesitation, he tossed the god-slaying saber to him. When Zhang Tao received the god-slaying saber, his aura changed instantly. Under Fong Ping's shocked gaze. Zhang Tao's saber slid across the void gently, just as Fate King's expression changed drastically and he was about to retreat. The Changdao deviated at an odd angle and slashed at Dao. Crack! Another section of Dao crumbled and fell off. Zhang Tao chuckled. This is called a diversion. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at Dao again. Fate King roared in anger and charged forward with his spear. However, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly appeared at Zhang Tao's position, facing the crazy Fate King. As for Zhang Tao, he continued to slash at Dao, laughing. This is called shift transposition. Fang Ping, on the other hand, scolded loudly. Transposition my ass. I don't have a divine weapon in my hands. How can I be Fate King's opponent? Zhang Tao, this old fellow wants to kill me. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's figure was beaten until it dissipated slightly. As for Zhang Tao, he slashed another section of Dao with his saber. As Fang Ping cursed, he turned around and slashed at Fate King, laughing. What's the rush? You won't die. I'll teach you how to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, under Fang Ping's shocked gaze, Zhang Tao suddenly slid along the ground like a loach. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he slid past Fate King's crotch and slashed out with his saber. Ah! Fate King screamed. Zhang Tao did not care. He laughed. This is called crotch slashing. Don't use it when there are too many people. Witnesses, kill the enemy. Beat up your own people too. Don't tell anyone. A dignified martial king slid into someone's crotch. This would probably make people's jaws drop. For powerhouses, sometimes their pride was more important than their lives. However, Zhang Tao did not care about this. It was not the first time he did this. Moreover, this was an illusory body. He had done it with his real body many times. At this moment, he was still a little dissatisfied. This doesn't feel real. In reality, although the golden body is said to have no weaknesses, if this thing is slashed and exploded, it will more or less affect it. Learn a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao opened his mouth wide and spat at Fate King. This was just a projection. However, at this moment, the thick phlegm seemed real. Fate King almost went crazy with anger. He dodged instinctively. This dodging was exactly what Zhang Tao wanted. Crack! Zhang Tao slashed his saber at the spot where Fate King dodged. He laughed. This is called prediction. If you can't predict, then take the initiative to create opportunities. Let the enemy fight according to your fighting style. Kid, don't think that humans are weak. Humans have been through hundreds of battles. No one can compare to us. We've been fighting all our lives. I, Zhang Tao, have experienced more than 6,000 battles in my life. They're all life and death battles. In Ji Ming's life, how many times did he have such experiences? How many times did people like King Kuan have? We can't see anything now. When our strengths are equal, these people are just grandsons. What do they think they are? If one's strength was inferior and was crushed, then naturally humans were inferior. But when their strengths were equal, humans were the strongest. Although they lived for a short period of time, no martial artist of any era was like the neo-martial artists. In just a short few decades, they had been fighting almost all their lives. Some of the powerhouses of the Castellans from other regions had more battle experience than these powerhouses, because they were also fighting. Zhang Tao looked down on people like Fate King. This was from the bottom of his heart. We are the strongest, invincible among our ranks, because we are fighting until we are of the same rank, not cultivating to a higher rank. At this moment, Zhang Tao was imparting his knowledge. Soon his expression changed slightly. There's no time. After killing this guy, I'll bring people to charge into the Sky Gate. Fang Ping, Sino Nation is in your hands. The human race is in your hands. Don't let me down. You're still too young. Bear with it if you can. I can't bear with it. That's because I've been holding it in for decades. Now is the time to fight. You have to endure it. Even if you have to be treated as a grandson, it doesn't matter. You can fall out with them when you have the strength. If there's a powerful enemy that hasn't left yet, and we can't make it back, you can try going to Startown. There's a spatial battlefield there, and that old bastard, Heavenly King Subjugation, has imprisoned a powerful expert there. Zhenxing. There's Zhen Wu. You can give it a try. Of course, it's a double-edged sword, and it's very dangerous. There must be a reason why the old man suppressed him. Having said that, Zhang Tao did not wait for Fang Ping's reply. He turned around and looked at the remaining 1,000-meter-wide road. Ignoring the Fate King's horrified expression, he raised his saber and slashed down. Fang Ping, be careful! With a low roar, Zhang Tao slashed down with his saber. With a loud boom, the 1,000-meter-wide path exploded. At the same time, the god-slaying saber fell into Zhang Tao's hands. Zhang Tao's silhouette dimmed. He shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared on the spot. Fang Ping looked at the Life King. At this moment, the Life King's apparition was cracking. Fang Ping suddenly slashed with his saber. He bellowed, "The one who killed you, Fang Ping! Kill the Emperor!" Old Zhang had killed the arch before, and this time he had done it himself. The Life King, had not died completely. At this moment he was filled with grief and indignation. He would rather be killed by King Wu than die in Fang Ping's hands. Explode! The Life King roared. He would rather self-destruct his broken body than let Fang Ping kill him. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. The Green Hat King still had such guts. He would rather self-destruct than let Fang Ping kill him. He had gone too far. The moment Fang Ping disappeared. In the outside world, many powerhouses felt that something was wrong. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly turned upside down. It seemed like someone was crying and wailing. Blood rain poured down. At this moment, it was even more shocking than the fall of Changrong, Heavenly Emperor. Between heaven and earth, a collapsed Tao appeared. There seemed to be someone on the Tao. The one who killed you, Fang Ping. Kill the Emperor. In the midst of countless people's shock, the Life King's sorrowful and indignant explosion sounded. The Tao exploded with a loud bang. On the catacombs side, everyone was dumbfounded. Some people's eyes suddenly turned red, suddenly feeling incomparably sad. The Life King did not walk an ordinary Tao. Woo, 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 woo. In the void, a sorrowful cry came out of nowhere. Earthly Emperor Tao. At this moment, someone murmured. It was not the Earthly Emperor Tao, but the Earthly Emperor Tao. The Life King actually walked such a Tao. It was the first time everyone knew. In the next moment, everyone did not have time to be shocked. Instead, the Life King was dead. He died just like that. Killed by Fang Ping? How was that possible? The Life King was an emperor level. How could Fang Ping cut off his Tao? Where was Fang Ping? This series of unforeseen events shocked those heavenly kings into a daze. Moon Spirit, this crazy woman, also paused for a moment. The lunatic celestial pole was also slightly stunned. He did not know Fang Ping, but from the projection just now, he could see that the other party's strength was very weak. The earthly emperor was dead. Woo, woo, woo. The sorrowful cry continued. Zhang Tao, who had woken up one step earlier, did not care about this at all. At this moment, he and all the human peerless powerhouses at their fastest speed almost instantly rushed into the door. As for Heavenly King Zhen, he seemed to be prepared. Just as Li Zhu and the others reacted and were about to attack, a big seal fell from the sky, suppressing all directions. Suppress! As soon as the word suppress came out, the whole world seemed to be suppressed. There was silence. The sorrowful cries stopped for a moment. The blood rain suddenly stopped, stopping in midair, no longer moving. Everything happened too fast. It was unbelievably fast, so fast that the Heavenly King powerhouses were in a daze. The Life King's death was too unexpected. The powerhouses who knew about Fong Ping were even more stunned that the person who killed him was Fong Ping. No one expected Zhang Tao and the others to take this opportunity to break out. At this moment, Heavenly King Jin made his move. The strength that erupted shocked those Heavenly King powerhouses. Even time seemed to be suppressed. Too powerful. As for Heavenly King Zhen, his face paled. He quickly retracted the seal and rushed into the door. While they were still in shock, in the next moment, a figure shot over. It was shockingly fat. Mine, this cat's. The celestial tomb is mine. The 9 Emperor seal is mine. It's all mine. The cat roared, flustered and exasperated. Don't go in, don't go in. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors Dao fruit that I planted is almost ripe. Don't go in. Meow, it's this cat's. The cat seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It madly rushed toward the door, tears almost falling from its eyes. But at this moment, the whole world was silent. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors Dao fruit? As if thinking of something, King Kuin no longer cared about the earthly emperor sword. He shouted, "Generals of the divine sect, go in. Let's go. Hurry." The 9 emperors and 4 emperors Dao fruit. D*MN. What is this cat doing? Is it going to become the emperor of emperors? The powerhouses were all stunned. It was said that the cat did not cultivate, did not care about the celestial tomb, and did not go to the celestial tomb. It was not that it did not want to go, but that this cat had planted the 9 emperors and 4 emperors Dao. What kind of Dao was it trying to plant? The heavenly kings went crazy. They no longer cared about others and rushed inside. Not only them, but the sages and the powerhouses who had arrived also rushed inside. At this moment, the door seemed to be closing. At this moment, some venerable sovereigns no longer cared about the Life King's death. They all rushed inside. Get out. I'll go first. One by one, the venerable sovereigns rushed inside. Myriad Demon King and Sky Demon King looked at each other. They knew that they were not powerful enough and might not be able to get the treasure. At this moment, they looked at each other and roared, "Kings of the divine continent, go in. Otherwise, when King Wu returns, we will all die." If they did not bring people in, how could they get the treasure? There were so many powerhouses inside. How could they let them be the winners? On the side of the catacombs, everyone was in a state of panic. The Life King was dead, and the Destiny Royal Court was without a leader. After the betrayal of King Hua and King Feng, the powerhouses of the Sky Plant's Royal Court were also without a leader. At this moment, being watched by 2 venerable sovereigns, even though they were worried, they had no choice but to follow and rush inside. They were not the only ones. Figures appeared from all directions and disappeared into the door in the blink of an eye. The cat's words were too shocking. The Dao, fruit of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Whoever got it would be more powerful than the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Countless powerhouses rushed inside crazily. In the sky, the 2 of them did not move. Even Moon's spirit rushed in because King Kuin and the others had gone in. The 2 of them had also rushed in with their people. The 2 of them did not move. One was Li Zhu, and the other was the Devil Emperor. The 2 of them looked at each other and frowned slightly. At this moment, the fat cat was still panting as it flew toward the door. It had not reached the place yet. The fat cat roared, "Don't steal my things, don't. I'll give you the divine artifact. The Dao fruit is mine, meow, meow." The cat was so anxious that it did not even speak. It kept meowing. The Devil Emperor watched it fly over and frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment and quickly rushed into the door. He did not want to face the cat. He left, but Li Zhu was not in a hurry. He looked at the cat. The cat did not care about him. With a burst of speed, it quickly reached the door. Tears fell from its eyes as it quickly disappeared into the door. Seeing this, Li Zhu's frown deepened. The cat actually went in. This cat really planted the Dao of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. At this moment, as the cat entered, The door seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Li Zhu sighed, although he felt that something was wrong. What if it was true? There were all kinds of strange things on the cat's side. It was not impossible for it to do such a thing. Forget it. Li Zhu sighed softly and shook his head slightly. He stepped out and quickly disappeared into the door. After he left, some figures rushed in one after another. They were extremely fast and rushed in one after another. There were monsters and humans. The Tao, fruit of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. The cat's voice was not soft. These people had long been hiding in the surroundings. Now, how could they give up this rare opportunity? Rumble. The door trembled and was about to completely collapse. On the door, the cat's head seemed to be smiling. This lasted for about 3 minutes until no one else entered, and with a rumble, the door collapsed. The moment the door collapsed, something that looked like an iron wall blocked the hole in the void. At this moment, a true god broke through the void and crashed into it with a rumble. Then he flew backward. The true god was stunned for a moment. Then he frantically roared, "No! Why? I'm going to die! Let me in! Let me in!" This person madly bombarded the void, but there was no response. Not only that, the void was healing, and the place where the door was seemed to be fading and disappearing. "No! I'm just a step late, let me in." A sorrowful cry sounded. He was unwilling. After waiting for thousands of years, he was actually blocked outside the door. He was unwilling. The world gradually returned to its calm. The door completely disappeared. In the void, a true god wailed loudly and crazily, hammering the void, his hands covered in blood. The blood clouds and the blood rain gradually dissipated. The Forbidden Sea slowly calmed down. The war was over. With Ming Wang, Chongrong Heavenly Emperor, Nameless Heavenly Emperor, several emperors and hundreds of true gods falling, the war came to an end. P.S. My monthly votes have been sold out. Please buy some monthly votes. Chapter 1010. But you're just a bunch of F***king pirated trash. What are you trying to do in my book review section? Scram as far as you can. Don't F***king come and discuss me. Who the F***ck do you think you are? I don't steal or rob when I write my books. I rely on my hard work to earn money. I rely on my hard work to get on the list. Do I need you to come here to proclaim how awesome Squid is? How much trash am I? If you want to read, then read. If you don't want to read, then scram. A few words on global martial arts, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1011. There was no need to fight for first place in the monthly votes, nor was there a need to. This was my attitude. I said that I should fight for first place this month because everyone supported me. They felt that if I didn't fight now, I wouldn't have a chance anymore. However, I felt that there was no need. I didn't want a bunch of idiots to say that I was using others to create hype. There was no need. Gao Wu had occupied first place in the bestseller rankings for more than half a year. This was strength. Sorry, there shouldn't be many on Qijian who had occupied it longer than me. The bestseller rankings were the money. I didn't need to use others to create hype. Those trash shut up. When Gao Wu was first, he never went to other people to create hype. I don't understand where the sense of superiority of trash comes from. This matter ends here. I won't fight for it this month. Everyone should just focus on reading. Global High Martial Arts, sorry, there's no need to vote for me. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1012. After the War of the North and South, the most tragic war in more than 2,000 years had ended. In this war, more powerhouses appeared than in the War of the Earth Emperor God Dynasty and the War of the North and South. In those two wars, Heavenly King powerhouses did not show up. This time the number of powerhouses with Heavenly King combat strength was even more than the number of fingers. The sky was bright. The blood rain stopped. at the bottom of the sea. Fang Ping and the other three were pale. They looked at each other, suddenly panicking for no reason. They're gone. Like children living independently for the first time, they were all a little scared. Even the usually calm old Wang. Children yearned to be independent. However, when their parents really left and they could not even communicate with them, and the world they were in was chaotic, who would not be scared? After the fear, there was worry. The door was gone. The celestial fragments were mobile. Someone had sealed the entrance at the last moment, and the door had disappeared. Would they still see them in the future? If it was just a simple space battlefield, it would not be scary. What was scary was that there were many heavenly king powerhouses who entered this time. "Come back alive," a low, inaudible voice sounded. In an instant, Fang Ping regained his composure, suppressing the fear in his heart, and said with an ugly smile, "It's good that they're gone. After they're gone, the three realms will be our world. The neo-martial era should also end. Old Zhang alone has taken all the luck of the neo-martial era. It's time for us to start a new era." The few of them looked like they were laughing and crying at the same time. They could only comfort themselves this way. Old Wang panted slightly and said telepathically, "Stop talking nonsense. There are still true gods outside. This time there are many heavenly kings and saints, including emperors, probably all went in. But true gods, true kings, might not have all gone in. There's one outside." Powerhouses, those who did not have much time left, probably would not let go of this opportunity. However, some true gods might not really come. Not to mention others, some grandmasters. 8 or 9 out of 10 still had true gods guarding. Their emperor ranks had come. Without the permission of the emperor rank, these true gods might not dare to come rashly. The overseas immortal islands were almost the same. There would definitely be no true gods in the three realms. However, after this, if the door was not broken, the true gods' combat strength would probably be the three realms' peak combat strength. Fang Ping was about to reply when he suddenly frowned. The cat didn't bring the divine peeking mirror with him. This time the cat actually forgot to bring the divine peeking. She had said that she would let it take her away. The door of reflection was still with old Zhang, but the cat had actually forgotten about it. The few of them also saw the divine peeking mirror. The cat had left too quickly just now, so they didn't have time to mention it. Seeing this, Li Hansong smiled and said, "Didn't you just earn another divine artifact for free? You've almost tricked all the divine artifacts out of the ash cat." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, helplessly, "I didn't want the divine peeking mirror. The cat left it behind on its own. That fellow is really ambitious." Little did he know that the cat was thinking of coming back tomorrow. It would not be too late to take it then, so he was not in a hurry at all. As they chatted, they recovered their strength. Previously in the battle within the Life King Source Tao, the few of them had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, they were in no hurry to go out in case they encountered the true God from the outside world. That true God was extremely old, and the few of them did not recognize him. However, from his voice, he was probably an ancient true God. The lifespan of an emperor was over 10,000 years, and the lifespan of a true God was about the same. Since the other party said that he was about to die, looking at his old and frail appearance, he might even be a true God from the heaven realm. Such a true God powerhouse. Even if he was old and frail, Fang Ping and the others did not want to provoke him rashly. A true God from 1,000 meters to 9,999 meters was considered a true God. Who knew what this person's strength was? "I didn't see King Pingshan go in," Fang Ping suddenly said. King Pingshan, that fellow, seemed to have lost him in the process of hunting. Fang Ping seriously suspected that the fellow had taken the opportunity to slip away. It was chaotic at that time. It was normal for him to slip away. However, Fang Ping was not worried. That fellow was as timid as a mouse. Even if he slipped away, he probably would not dare to cause trouble for humans. Yao Chunjun continued. Not only King Pingshan, I saw a few true kings missing. I don't know if they're dead or did not go in. I didn't see King Huai. Ji Hong doesn't seem to be there either. The few of them were looking through the divine peeking mirror earlier. If they did not see these people, they might have left long ago. In the 3 realms, there were probably more than 3 to 5 true kings. At this time, Wang Jingyang said in a low voice, also, true god Mu Yen, who was secretly guarding the heavenly sect previously, did not appear either. True god Mu Yen was the female true god that the other party sent out when Zhang Tao killed his way into Wuji Tantian to force Empress Wu Mo. This time, she did not show up from the beginning to the end. Fang Ping nodded slightly. If that was the case, there were at least more than 10 true god powerhouses in the 3 realms, maybe more. However, compared to before, it was much lesser. Fang Ping thought about it and said helplessly, Old Wu and Old Kong are too much. They just had to break through at this time. Otherwise, we humans would still have 2 ultimate gods holding the fort. Of course, he could understand. In that situation, he also wished that he could break through quickly and possess ultimate god combat strength so that he could kill his way in. However, there were still true gods left in all parties. Humans had really mobilized their entire army. In this way, the pressure on them was still extremely huge. After that fellow outside leaves later, we'll return to Earth immediately, stabilize the army's morale, and defend the passageway. At this time, some forces in the 3 realms probably still don't know what happened. Maybe we can take this opportunity to do something else. As Fang Ping said that, he frowned and said, Oh, right. We still have to make a trip to the King battlefield. The few of them looked at him. Fang Ping said in a low voice, So many true gods died in battle. At that time, their corpses and storage rings might not be collected by anyone. Also, let's see if we can collect the remains of a few ultimate gods. As soon as he said that, the few of them fell silent. This time on the human side, more than 10 ultimate gods died in battle. 6 great near-emperor powerhouses had fused. Not even their corpses were left. As for the others, some of them still had their remains. Of course, most of them had self-destructed. When they returned, they did not know how many powerhouses' remains could be collected. The few of them chatted for an hour or so. The sky was completely clear. However, the true god outside was still going crazy. He did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Fang Ping did not want to wait any longer. After communicating with Old Wang and the rest, they quickly dug a hole along the seabed. They wanted to get away from this lunatic and return to Earth as soon as possible. Now they were leaderless. Although Old Man Li and the rest were still alive, they were severely injured. If someone ambushed the humans now, then the humans would be wiped out instantly. Although Fang Ping really wanted to investigate the situation on all sides, and even wander around the Forbidden Sea, but he did not dare. Just like the human ultimate gods, they did not dare to enter the Forbidden Sea and the bounded zones previously. It was not that they were so afraid of death that they did not dare to look for opportunities, but that they could not die. Fang Ping and the rest moved forward in the sea, beginning their journey back. Meanwhile, the 3 realms was in chaos. The blood rain dispersed. The mighty aura disappeared. However, it seemed that no experts from the various factions had returned. Where was the true king? Where was the venerable sovereign? Where did they all go? Everyone was panicking. Destiny Royal Court. In the palace, Ji Yao sat there in a daze, looking at the shattered statue in front of her, speechless for a long time. Ancestor Wang was dead. When one reached the true king realm, they would be able to cut off some psyche energy. This statue was attached to a strand of Fate King's psyche energy. Now that it was broken, it meant that Fate King ancestor had died or his psyche energy had been extinguished. Clang, clang. At the side, the phoenix sparrow let out a low cry. Was the Fate King dead? How was the battle going? Up until now, Destiny Royal Court had only received the first report. They'd lost more than half of their divine generals, and they hadn't received any more information yet. But the heaven and earth were changing. Especially just now, the heaven and earth were wailing. Who had died? After creating such a huge commotion, the person who died was definitely an important person. At that moment, the statue of the Life King shattered. It went without saying who had died. "Where's father? Where's Grandpa Huan Yu?" Ji Yao murmured, unable to suppress her fear. Ji family's biggest backer is dead. Is father still alive? Grandpa Huan Yu isn't a true king, and even Ancestor Wang is dead. What about him? What about the divine generals who were taken away? How many are still alive? Phoenix Sparrow. What should I do? Ji Yao was helpless. What should I do? Even now, she didn't know what the situation was like. Clang, clang, the Phoenix Sparrow let out a few cries before sending a voice transmission. Quickly hide Fate King's soul statue. Go to the treasury and take away some treasures. Hide for a few days. Once Fate King is dead, the other true kings might rebel. No. Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said softly, I can't leave. If I leave, Ancestor Wang, Father, and Grandpa Huan, you don't return, the royal court will be in chaos. My Ji family's few hundred years of Ji Yao. The Phoenix Sparrow was a monster and had lived longer than Ji Yao, she said anxiously. But if even Lord Ji Hong, no. Another jade statue appeared in Ji Yao's hand, and she gritted her teeth. Father is still alive. So long as he is, I can't leave. Phoenix Sparrow, if I leave now, I might not be able to become a king anymore. The Phoenix Sparrow was worried, but there was nothing she could do. If Ji Yao didn't want to leave now, she could only wait. Fate King was dead. If the other forces experts died or were heavily injured, the Ji family could continue to rule the royal court. But if Ji Hong was heavily injured, the other experts would be fine. The royal court would probably fall. The Ji family had suppressed the other monarchs in order to solidify their rule. It would be a disaster then. At the same time, the Phoenix Sparrow was worried about its ancestor. It didn't know how the ancestor was doing. The Phoenix Sparrow's ancestor didn't leave behind a soul statue. It didn't know if the ancestor was all right. This time, the 4 royal courts had gathered almost all the true kings. How could a Fate King have fallen? Heaven Fate Royal Court was in chaos. Heaven Plant's Royal Court was no exception. The other 2 royal courts were better off. The monsters didn't think too much. The monster kings hadn't returned, and they hadn't seen the monster kings die. They stayed in their own territories and didn't dare to move. The changes in the sky made the monsters nervous. For a while, none of them dared to go out. The forbidden catacombs, where the passageway was. Old Man Li and the others didn't return to Earth. They were all looking in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Just now, the Forbidden Sea was raging. The human bases near the Forbidden Sea were hit by the huge waves. A big city was instantly corroded. Now that the water had receded, only a mess was left. Everyone stood in the ruins of the city and looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. They were all worried. What was going on? The humans had come out in full force. If anything happened, the earth behind them might face destruction soon. The powerhouses knew something and were worried. The weak knew nothing. Only a few people knew about this battle. Some rank. 7 grandmasters didn't even know. They only knew that the 4 factions and 4 constabularies were moving, asking them to leave the catacombs. The catacombs' defense line that they had guarded for almost 100 years was almost completely abandoned. Today, the earth shook as if an earthquake had struck. Then, Chongrong, Heavenly Emperor, died. Blood rain spread to the human world. Cat shook the celestial source. The sky changed color. On Earth, some energy started spreading. No one knew where it came from. Some martial artists felt the change clearly. The energy was recovering. The weak were surprised and happy at the same time. Middle-ranked and above martial artists, without exception, were also uneasy. How did this change happen? Was it good or bad? Moreover, such a big change had happened on Earth today. Not a single peerless powerhouse stood up to comfort the people. This was impossible in the past. On Sino Nation's side, other than a few deputy ministers from the 4 departments and 4 constabularies, none of the officials showed up. Magic City. On the streets. On the huge screen, the signal seemed to be jammed. However, the image was still clear, and the sound could be heard. On the screen, an old man was talking with a few middle-aged men. Sino Nation citizens, there's no need to panic. This time, the Sino Nation government has joined forces with countries around the world, including the 6 major martial arts holy lands, to jointly launch the Energy Recovery Plan. All the peerless leaders feel that human martial artists have a hard time cultivating. Resources are hard to come by. In order to resist the catacombs invasion, we have decided to recover Earth's energy for all citizens to cultivate. This is a great achievement. The old man's voice was calm and unhurried. Some of the panicking citizens gradually calmed down. Very soon, the military powerhouse, rank 9, Grandmaster Guoxian, waited for the old man to finish and said in a clear voice, "The human countries have already consolidated their defense lines at the catacombs' front line, forcing the catacombs to retreat. All the peerless powerhouses. This time the Energy Recovery Plan needs to be activated to defend against the catacombs' powerhouses' counterattack. The catacombs' desire to destroy us, humans, will not die. We will not sit back and watch humans grow stronger. Therefore, all the peerless powerhouses will need to stay at Mount Royal Sea to defend against the enemy. I'm afraid you will not be able to preside over government affairs." Guoxian paused, then continued, "Sino Nation's 4 departments and 4 constabularies. Before leaving, I have a decision to pass down. Ministry of Education, Deputy Minister Wu Chuan will be the acting minister. Military Department, Deputy Commander Li Daong will be the acting commander. Department of Investigation, Commander Zhong Qinghuan will be the acting minister. Department of Heaven, Deputy Minister Fang Ping will be the acting minister." Guoxian said, paused for a while, then said, "The 4 departments and 4 constabularies will lead the Catacombs War. The Catacombs War will also be led by the 4 departments and 4 constabularies. From today onwards, Minister Fang Ping will be the chairman of the Catacombs Counterattack Union. The Catacombs Counterattack Union will be joined by the 4 departments and 4 constabularies. Later on, Sino Nation will invite other countries to join and establish a world union to discuss the catacombs invasion." Guoxian's words shocked the people watching on TV. Fang Ping? After the peak left, Fang Ping would be the chairman of the Counterattack Union? What did this mean? Was it a nominal position or a real one? There were many powerhouses in Sino Nation who were older than Fang Ping. Why was it Fang Ping? How old was he? As if he had expected it, Guoxian picked up a document and continued regarding Minister Fang Ping. "Perhaps everyone knows a little, but most of what you know is Minister Fang Ping's performance in Sino Nation. Minister Fang Ping has obtained the recognition of all the peerless leaders, not only because of his outstanding talent and strength. Minister Fang Ping has made countless contributions since he entered the Catacombs War in year 09. The Battle of Tian'an Catacombs, the Battle of Forbidden Catacombs, the Battle of Magic City Catacombs. In the past 100 years, the 3 most glorious battles in Sino Nation were all led by Minister Fang. He led all the departments in Sino Nation to defeat the catacombs' powerful enemies and achieved glorious results. In the past few years, Minister Fang has killed dozens of rank 9 powerhouses and hundreds of rank 7 and rank 8 powerhouses. Guoxian kept introducing Fang Ping's resume and began to build up Fang Ping's reputation. Previously, Fang Ping was very famous. However, in many people's eyes, Fang Ping was famous because of his strong talent and rapid improvement in strength. As for his contributions and achievements, not many people knew about it. It was only at this moment that everyone knew that the young minister had done so many great things in the past few years. Guoxian continued, "Minister Fang has also participated in the Energy Recovery Plan this time. According to the Frontline Intelligence, Minister Fong has made outstanding contributions this time, leading the humans to achieve glorious results. The specific information has not been sent back, but according to the known information, Minister Fong has led the humans in the catacombs and killed almost 1,000 rank 9 powerhouses. This is humanity's unparalleled contribution. I believe that under Minister Fong's leadership in the future, humans will definitely win consecutive battles against the catacombs, expel the powerful enemies, and show the might of humanity. After Guoxian was done, he said nothing more. The old man began to continue. As if chatting idly, he talked about martial arts cultivation and also talked about the people's livelihood, so that some ordinary people who could not cultivate could work in peace and maintain social stability. Humanity's situation was good. Everyone could rest assured. The old man and the few powerhouses were very calm and composed. After this went on for a few times, the somewhat anxious atmosphere gradually dissipated. At the same time, the governments of various countries were comforting the people. Under such turbulence, Earth was the first force to restore stability. Furthermore, the excesses were also happening in a subtle way. In the next 2 to 3 years, Zhang Tao and the others might not appear. Humans needed a new backbone, and Fang Ping was the successor that Zhang Tao had chosen. At this moment, the people did not expect those powerhouses to not appear for a long time. They were still digesting the news. For a while, they did not think too much, just as the various countries were comforting the people. Capital city catacombs. It was a mess. Not a single living person was seen. Fang Ping and the other 3 walked in the catacombs that were almost destroyed. For a moment, their emotions were fluctuating. How many people had died in this war? So many powerhouses had died, but there were even more rank 8s and 9s who had died. As for ordinary catacombs humans, it was even more uncountable. The huge capital city catacombs had been at war with Sino Nation for almost 100 years and had not been destroyed. Today, however, it had become a fish in a pond. Under the situation where many powerhouses had erupted, it was almost completely annihilated. War. Yao Qingjun sighed. Then he lamented, "A war like this will continue for a few more years. In the end, who knows how many people will survive?" Now that the barrier between the catacombs and Earth has not been broken, the outbreak of war is limited to the catacombs. Once the barrier is broken, the battle in capital city catacombs today may cause the death of millions or even billions of humans. I'm more worried that when the barrier is broken, the Forbidden Sea will invade Earth. Then it will be even more troublesome. Yao Qingjun was a little worried. Currently, the Forbidden Sea was only in the catacombs. Once the heaven-human barrier was broken, the Forbidden Sea might spread to the human world. When that time came, the danger would be even greater. Let's talk about the future in the future. Fang Ping did not want to talk about this topic. He looked at the few royal cities that had been destroyed in the capital city catacombs and laughed. There are still many mineral veins here in capital city. When we go back, let someone clean up the battlefield. This is considered a free harvest. In this way, the 4 major catacombs of Magic City, Capital City, Forbidden City, and Tianan have all been pacified. Sino Nation has opened 24 passageways. Now, there are only 20 that need to be defended. I wonder if the few grandmasters have been completely destroyed this time. As he spoke, Li Hansong said in a muffled voice, "You still want to cooperate with these grandmasters?" Fang Ping said calmly, "Before old Zhang left, he told me to bear with it if I could." This time, although the venerable emperors of the Black Light Sky clan wanted to make a move, they did not do so in the end. If that's the case, then we can cooperate. I want to borrow their strength to help us defend the human world. Other than the 6 clans, there's also the Xuanda Grotto that we can cooperate with. As for Weiyu Mountain, Fang Ping paused and said, "The venerable emperors of Weiyu Mountain and Yulong Sky Clan did not make a move either. Venerable Emperor Qingtong made a few moves and did not target humans. These two clans can also be roped in. It just so happens that their venerable emperors have left, and some of their true gods have also left. I don't know if there are any true gods keeping watch now. Jiang Kuei, Yu Shizi, and I are considered comrades in the Battle of Kings. There's no harm in talking about cooperation. In this way, the 9 clans can cooperate. It's best if they can help us guard 9 passageways. In this way, Sino Nation only needs to guard 11 passageways. The 4 departments and 4 prefectures will guard 1 each. Star City will suppress 1, and the remaining 2 will be handed over to the other clans. Fang Ping spoke methodically. Wang Jinyang raised his eyebrows slightly. You're not being impulsive at this time. Every time something big happens, I must be calm. Fang Ping was indifferent. Then his expression suddenly turned ferocious. But just you wait. This time Luofu Mountain, Hutong Mountain, and Su Ling Grotto Heaven better pray that there are true gods keeping watch, and not just one. Otherwise, we'll destroy them. These 3 venerable emperors made a move at the last moment, blocking Zhang Tao and causing many human, peerless powerhouses to die. As for the venerable emperors of Outland, it was difficult for Fang Ping to find their entrances now, but the bounded zones could not run away. Now, Fang Ping's own strength had surpassed rank 9. Although he was not a true god, it was not impossible for him to kill a true god. Of course, this was not the right time to make a move. Once he aroused the vigilance of all parties, they would only unite quickly. Fang Ping had already planned to secretly create some chaos and let all parties continue to be in chaos. When there was chaos, the 3 realms would become the 3 realms dominated by humans. Let's go and see if there's anything useful. Before the sky turns dark, we'll leave the catacombs and return to Earth. Fang Ping sped up. It was time to return to Earth. After today, the situation in the 3 realms would change drastically. It would no longer be the 3 realms from before. Chapter 10:13. It was a scene of devastation. This was the battlefield of the kings. The void cracks crisscrossed, and the ground disappeared. Fang Ping and the others had no choice but to levitate because there was no ground to stand on. Even now, this place was still filled with energy, and the aftermath had yet to dissipate. Too many experts had died in battle in this place. Fang Ping and the others kept falling. In the void, some golden blood and bones were floating. Li Hansong watched for a while, then asked in a low voice, "Who died in battle this time?" Although they saw some survivors later on, they didn't know exactly who had died in battle. They didn't even know some of them. Old Ancestor Su, Old Ancestor Lu, and Old Ancestor Zhou have died in battle. The others are heavily injured. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice. The Su family's old ancestor had indeed merged, while the other 2 had really died in battle. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th ancient Buddhas of the ancient Buddhist sacred land have fallen in battle. The sun god, sea god, and fire god of the world of gods have died in battle. In this battle, the humans, including Zhang Tao, suppressing Heavenly King, Wu Chuan, and Kong Lingyuan, had a total of 56 desperate realm experts. This was the entire accumulation of humanity. In the past 2 years, Nan Yunyue, Qin Yaozu, Zhang Weiyu, Wu Chuan, and Kong Lingyuan had appeared in China. Otherwise, there would be even fewer people. And in this battle, a total of 16 Despair Realm experts had died in battle. Fang Ping did not know how many of the remaining 40 would survive in the end. When they went in, they were all seriously injured. Fang Ping did not even have time to give them the imperishable substance. He had just woken up when Zhang Tao had no choice but to bring them in. 16. Everyone fell silent again. It did not sound like much. Compared to the catacombs' losses, it did not seem to be worth mentioning. However, these human powerhouses had been protecting Earth for at least 300 years. More than 10 of them had fallen in a single battle. Even if they didn't know who they were, they still felt bitter in their hearts. Very quickly, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed a storage ring, returning to normal. He laughed. Don't think about it, it's over. When old Zhang and the rest return, we humans will send out another 160 peerless experts to scare them to death. 160 digits. The few of them smiled bitterly. You really dared to say that. They continued to explore and soon found a few storage rings that had not been destroyed, as well as some broken weapons and armors. There weren't many remains. When one reached a desperate situation, these things were almost all gone after dying in battle. Very quickly, Fong Ping found a few pieces of dull bone fragments. Sensing the aura within, Fong Ping put it away, quietly. This belonged to the Liu family's old ancestor, who was also one of the paragons who had died in battle long ago. He wasn't too familiar with the Liu clan. Both parties did not have much contact. At the peak of Star City, the only person Fong Ping was familiar with was Warlord. He was not even familiar with the two guardians. Chen Yaozu, on the other hand, was on good terms with him. However, in this battle, this ultimate venerable was not afraid of death. Before the Liu family's patriarch died, he charged toward a true king and self-destructed. Fong Ping still saw it. At the thought of this, Fong Ping said in a low voice, I'm afraid Guardian Shen might not be able to hold on. If he remembered correctly, at the last moment, Shen Haotian was carried in by someone. At the pinnacle of this realm, at this point, one could practically declare death. The world behind the door was not safe at all. The two of them created the pinnacle of neo-martial arts. The Chen family's old ancestor was slightly better this time. He fought alongside Chen Yaozu. After all, they were father and son. Even if they weren't strong, they could still take care of each other. Shen Haotian did not have a son who could reach the top. Phew! Wang Jinyang took a breath and resumed his smile. Let's not talk about this. Maybe they'll return in full tomorrow. Let's search for treasures now. It's a pity we didn't get the Life King's storage ring. The Life King was killed. When he died, Zhang Tao exploded. In the end, it was extremely chaotic. The Life King's body exploded. It was unclear if there was a storage ring left. Even if there was, it might have been taken away by others. As the controller of one of the four houses, they would not believe it if the Life King said there was nothing good. Everyone stopped talking. After about an hour, Fong Ping and the others finished their search. They did not know if this place had been searched. There were many dead, true kings and ultimate venerables. However, in the end, they only obtained 6 storage rings. The true kings and ultimate venerables should have some. Even if some were destroyed, there should not be so few. Moreover, old Zhang killed extremely quickly. Moon Spirit too. They would not have been destroyed. Maybe some people took those things away when they left. They searched for a while and were about to leave. At this time, a group of people arrived. Ling Xiao. Not only Ling Xiao, but there were also many powerhouses from Mount Wanggu, including a true god. The true god who stayed behind at Mount Wanggu. The other party had also arrived. In the unfathomably dark void, Ling Xiao looked at Fong Ping and the others. There was no cheeky smile on her face. She said in a low voice, Fong Ping, where are my master and grandmaster? Fong Ping glanced at her, then looked at the female true god. She gave him a strong feeling. Venerable Moon Spirit and Venerable Green Lotus entered the Sky Cemetery to seize the 9 emperors and 4 emperors' fruits. Fong Ping then said, before I left, Venerable Moon Spirit told me 3 things. First, send the prince's remains back to Mount Wanggu. I will try my best to do this because the prince's remains seem to have been destroyed. Second, let me tell you, we must annihilate the divine sect. Third, annihilate the remnants of the fake dynasty. Fong Ping was unusually calm. He said slowly, just these 3 things. Since I've encountered them, I'll tell you. After they entered the Sky Cemetery, it disappeared automatically. Don't ask me where it is. You should be able to sense the place where the battle broke out. If you don't believe me, go look for it. I won't be able to find it anyway. The three things were all reasonable and in line with Moon Spirit's character. Killing God sect disciples. Ling Xiao and the rest had not left the battlefield and saw Venerable Green Lotus and the rest attacking the God sect disciples. Annihilating the remnants of the fake dynasty was the catacombs. They were the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty, so it was understandable. Venerable Moon Spirit had never thought that the Earth Emperor God dynasty was founded by the Earth Emperor and had nothing to do with Wangu. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and said, I forgot to mention, Venerable Moon Spirit also said that she owes me 3 heads. If she doesn't come back soon, she told me to look for you. Remember the heads of the true gods. Ling Xiao, you were there at that time. You know that Venerable Moon Spirit personally promised this. The true god in Wangu looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and nodded lightly. Grandmaster said this, but he was talking about the prince's remains. Fang Ping said lightly, I said that this is Venerable Moon Spirit's first condition. After I send the remains back, it won't be too late for you to hand over 3 heads. But we have a deal. When I send the remains back, you have to send the heads of the 3 true kings. Venerable Moon Spirit has never broken her promise. If you break it, it's up to you. Ling Xiao frowned again. Break a promise? Venerable Moon Spirit was the sky of Wangu Mountain. Since she knew what she had promised, and they were also there at that time, there was no such thing as breaking a promise. No one dared. But 3 true gods, they only had 1 true god now. How could they kill them? Moreover, could the catacombs find 3 true gods now? Fang Ping saw this and laughed. Of course, if you think it's difficult, I can change the method and help us kill the 3 true god powerhouses. I will also consider Venerable Moon Spirit has fulfilled her promise. When Master and the rest return, before Ling Xiao could finish, Fang Ping interrupted her rudely. Then you wait. Before Heavenly King Garrison left, he said that the Heavenly Cemetery will be opened and closed. If you want to open it again, it won't be possible without a year or 2. A year or 2? Ling Xiao frowned again. Such a long time? Actually, it was not a long time. For them, it was only a year or 2. But this time Master and the rest disappeared as soon as they came out of the mountain. Now, the powerhouses of the Wangu bloodline had also disappeared, leaving behind only 1 true god powerhouse and her, a martial artist who had fallen from the true god realm. This made Ling Xiao feel a little insecure. At this time, the female true god said, You send Prince Yu's remains back to the Wangu first. Fang Ping glanced at her and said lightly, Are you sure? Not to mention that he's not here with me now. Even if he was, I would send him back. Do you have the right to bury him or worship him? Venerable Moon Spirit is not here. Do you dare to do whatever you want? I said, Wait for a while. Venerable Moon Spirit is coming out soon. When that time comes, you can feel more at ease. Otherwise, if one day someone breaks into the Wangu and destroys the prince's remains, you can all wait for death. You. The female true god was furious. Fang Ping shouted in a low voice, Stop acting big with me. Venerable Moon Spirit is also very polite to me. If I send the remains back, I will be the benefactor of the Wangu bloodline. If you dare to act big with me again, my only request is to let Venerable Moon Spirit kill you. Guess what the result will be. As soon as these words came out, the true god's body trembled slightly. Her voice disappeared. Seeing this, Ling Xiao glanced at Fang Ping, smiled, and said, Fang Ping, why do you have to be so stiff? Little girl, don't play this game with me. Fang Ping's words were not polite. It was you who refused to save him. Otherwise, you might have found the prince's remains previously, and it would have nothing to do with me. Now that I've found it, I'll do it according to my rules. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at the people of the Wangu bloodline and said, Venerable Moon Spirit is not here. Then you guys wait to make arrangements. If I want to kill a true god one day, you guys come and help me. Killing 3 true gods will be considered as completing the mission. Of course, if you guys are confident then go ahead and kill them yourselves. That's all. After saying that, Fong Ping thought for a while and said, also, the divine sect doesn't count because the divine sect is the target that Venerable the Archmoon Spirit must destroy. According to her, those are all gifts. It's your own business. If you want to kill the divine sect's powerhouses, you can call me. You just have to pay. In a few words, Fong Ping had confirmed everything. Killing the catacombs or other things were all missions. The god-slaying sect would still have to pay Fong Ping. The female true god was slightly annoyed. Ling Xiao was also frowning at Fong Ping, feeling that something was not right. However, Fong Ping had indeed participated in the final battle. Venerable the Archmoon Spirit and the others had disappeared. Fong Ping should have known about it. Otherwise, he would not have told them about the Sky Cemetery. But did Venerable Autarch Moon Spirit really instruct Fong Ping about this? Venerable Sovereign was not that kind of person. Of course, it wasn't strange for him to do something for the prince's remains. Ling Xiao and the others were a little suspicious, but Lao Wang and the others were so impressed that they almost prostrated themselves in admiration. It was not easy for Fong Ping to lie through his teeth. His face was not red, and his heart was not racing. He said it calmly as if it really happened. If they did not know the inside story, they would probably be doubting their lives now. Did it really happen? Ling Xiao suppressed the suspicion in her heart, regained her smile, and said, Fong Ping, did Grandmaster say anything else? Anything else? Fong Ping said disdainfully, time was tight at that time. Do you think I was just chatting? Venerable the Archmoon Spirit only said a few words. I've already added details to what I said. Do you want anything else? If I said Venerable the Arch wanted to give you to me as servants, you'd have to believe me. Insolence, the female true god growled. Fong Ping said calmly, don't scare me. I'm not afraid of scares. To put it bluntly, even if I let you kill me, you wouldn't dare to kill me, unless you think Venerable the Archmoon Spirit won't be able to come back alive. This person's expression changed drastically. These words could not be said carelessly. What's your name? Fong Ping also avoided this topic, saying with a smile, tell me, there will be times when we interact in the future. This time, Venerable the Archmoon Spirit has helped us humans kill many strong enemies. It's reasonable for both parties to interact more in the future. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Everyone on Mount Wanguo was speechless. You'll take care of us? The female true god did not utter a word. Ling Xiao said with a grin, this is my martial uncle Qinghua. What stage true god strength? Ling Xiao's expression was a little stiff. Fong Ping was getting ahead of himself. He wanted to investigate this too. Fong Ping said calmly, I have a plan to make next. I don't know your strength. How will you carry it out? I'm a little interested in the divine sect. Maybe I'll help you. Of course, as I said. You guys can do whatever you want. Qinghua suppressed the annoyance in her heart and said in a low voice, Stage 5 true god. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Quite strong. 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters. Those were all stage 1. Stage 5. That meant that she had walked more than 5,000 meters. This woman was not weak. What's your basic vitality? Fong Ping continued to ask, saying, now that you old fellows have appeared, some units are not unified. In a few days, I want to unify the 3 realms martial strength measurement units. Cars using the same rails, books using the same language, unifying weights and measures. These are all things that must be done. In case you guys don't know anything, Ling Xiao was not used to Fong Ping's current arrogance. The smile on her face disappeared. She frowned and said, Fong Ping martial arts cultivation is a personal matter. I'm unifying my own. It has nothing to do with you guys. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't, then follow your own rules. Fong Ping said casually. He looked at the sky and said, we're going back. Also, Let me remind you in advance that Mount Wangwu's passageway to Earth is not allowed to be opened without permission. Also, the Netherworld King's injuries are too serious this time. Does Mount Wangwu have some medicinal pills or treasures to heal the origin? Fang Ping added, "Don't worry, I won't ask for it for free. The Netherworld King's injuries are very serious. I'm worried that his rank will slip." Ling Xiao frowned and said slowly, "The Netherworld King is still here." "He's injured," Fang Ping said with a gloomy expression. "Life King, that old dog, he dared to injure the Netherworld King. Didn't he get smashed to death by the subduing Heavenly King seal? He even dared to bully the subduing Heavenly King's descendant. That old thing must be tired of living. Life King is dead." Everyone was slightly shocked. Fang Ping sneered. "It's not just him. Chang Rong, that old thing, was also killed. We humans have suffered heavy losses. How good can these fellows be? Oh, right, in a few days, I'm going to rearrange the 3 realms ranking list. Help me keep an eye out for those fellows who are still around. Your Wangwu lineage knows the whereabouts of many old fellows. You know the location of Outland. Help me check." His attitude of ordering servants made Qing Hua and Ling Xiao a little unhappy. But the Netherworld King was still around. At this moment, Moon Spirit and Venerable Emperor Green Lotus had left. No wonder Fang Ping was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the confidence. They were in a dilemma. Behind them, Old Wang and the others almost looked up at the sky. Fang Ping was really good at bluffing. He was so full of truth and lies that they were starting to doubt their lives. Had Li Zhen left? They had almost forgotten. There was an explanation for Li Zhen not coming out. His injuries were too serious. However, no matter how serious, he was still a near-emperor powerhouse. Would ordinary true gods dare to invade humans at this time? At this moment, it seemed like Fang Ping's group was the only one who saw them enter. The others had either gone in or had dispersed by the time the person who came later arrived. Those who knew nothing. If that was the case, it was better to let Fang Ping say it. Fang Ping was in a hurry and did not delay. He soared into the sky and said as he flew, remember. Also, help me think of a way to get medicinal pills. It's best if it's useful for emperor ranks. If the Netherworld King really recovers from his injuries, it'll be good for you guys, too." No one paid attention to him. After they flew away, Qing Hua suddenly cursed in a low voice. "He's too much. If not, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping's disappearing back and said in a low voice, "Masters Jr., don't underestimate him. He led the humans in the graveyard of gods and killed many true gods. Today, the true gods who died in his hands. I'm afraid the number can be counted on 2 hands." Qing Hua was slightly shocked. "Counted on 2 hands?" Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said softly, "Just in the space battlefield alone, there were 5 true gods who died in his hands. The graveyard of gods exploded, and 3 true gods under the 2 kings also died in his hands. After that, he even used the god-slaying saber to sever the great Tao of many true gods. This person is very dangerous. Masters Jr. might not be afraid, but the humans were not wiped out this time, and the Netherworld King even returned to the human world alive." Although Ling Xiao did not say it clearly, Qing Hua still understood. "Don't provoke that guy just now. At least not now." The 2 venerable emperors had left. "If you provoked him now and angered the Netherworld King, it would be very troublesome," Qing Hua said in a low voice. "What he means is that the Netherworld King's injuries are not light. I think even if he still has combat strength, he might not be stronger than me." She was also a powerhouse who had walked 5,000 meters. She might not be afraid of Li Zhen. Ling Xiao, however, was a little bitter and said in a low voice, "Masters Jr., these powerhouses in the human world are even more terrifying than the divine court army in the past. In my opinion, I'm afraid only the heavenly court army that was known as the strongest army in the 3 realms in the past can compare. Before King Wu, he easily killed dozens of true gods and many venerable emperors, but he was only 100 years old. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "No wonder all sides want to wipe out the humans this time. If they are given a few more years, they might really be able to recreate the glory of the heavenly court in the past." She had not experienced the era of the heavenly court, but Qing Lian, Qing Hua, and the others had, because they were moon spirits, maidservants. Ling Xiao had also heard them talk about the glory of the heavenly court in the past. She felt that only the heavenly court army could compare with the martial artists in the human world. Qing Hua was a little surprised. She really did not see anything when she stayed behind. But thinking about it, Qing Hua could imagine how powerful those people were. Not only did the human world survive the siege of hundreds of true gods and dozens of venerable emperors, but they even killed a large number of true gods. Ling Xiao, does Wang Wu really have to listen to him? If he fakes master's order? Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "We can only listen. Even if it's fake, we have to treat it as real. Whether it's real or fake, we can only judge when the Grandmaster shows up. If it's real, we can listen to him. If it's fake, then he will die for faking the Grandmaster's order. But if it's real, we didn't listen. Martial uncle, you know the Grandmaster's character." "Understood." Qing Hua nodded. Yes, they had to listen. Even if it was fake, they had to treat it as real. Whether it was real or fake, they would naturally find out in the future. But if they did not listen now, if it was really what Moon Spirit said, then they could only wait for big trouble to come. Moon Spirit would not be lenient when she punished them. The next moment, Qing Hua snorted lightly, looked around, and said coldly, "If you dare to spy on my Wang Wu again, don't blame me for being merciless." The place where the kings fought, the place where the war broke out. At this moment, the void shook slightly. Someone left. But there was also someone who transmitted his voice. "Wang Wu powerhouses. Fang Ping's words can't be trusted. This person is very cunning." Just as this person spoke, in the void, a strange-looking powerhouse suddenly broke through the void, slashing the void with a saber. Humph! A muffled groan sounded. In the blink of an eye, a stream of blood splattered out. Soon, a powerhouse broke through the void and fled. The monster did not chase. Fang Ping stood proudly in the void, saying lightly, "Trash! King Huai, you trash really didn't participate in the war. Today I will spare your dog life. If you dare to speak ill of me again, today I will definitely kill you." Saying that he would spare his life, in the next moment, Fang Ping drew his bow and shot an arrow. A blood arrow broke through the void, appearing in the distance, in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud explosion. King Huai did not look back, instantly tearing the space and disappeared in place. "Trash!" Fang Ping sneered, restraining his aura, completely unable to see his strength. But in an instant he forced King Huai to flee. Qing Hua's expression changed. Not only that, Qing Hua glanced at the blood bow in his hand, the emperor armor on his body, and the god-slaying saber that had just appeared after a while. She said in a low voice, "The Master's divine weapons!" She was very ancient. Moon Spirit status was also high. She had followed Moon Spirit and seen some powerhouses. For example, Emperor Batian. Ordinary venerable emperors might not even know the 4 supreme emperors, but she knew. She had seen Batian and seen his emperor armor. Although it was a little different, she still recognized that Fang Ping was wearing emperor armor. Emperor armor of Batian. Fang Ping lowered his head, looked down at her, and said with a smile, "Is there a difference? Unless you want to seize it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping disappeared again, leaving behind his voice. "Seize the power that should be seized. More than half of the catacombs' true kings are dead, and they won't come out for the rest of the time. Now that they have become true kings, who will be in charge when they come back, it will also depend on their strength. A group of people are used to being dogs. Are they really prepared to be dogs for the true kings for the rest of their lives?" "Ha ha ha!" Fang Ping laughed loudly. In the surroundings, some people quietly retreated. Qinghua and the others also did not speak, looked at each other, and left one after another. Not long after they left, a figure flashed. King Pingshan quietly exhaled and whispered, "They all went to seize the treasure? We're finally safe." Not daring to stay for long, King Pingshan quickly rushed to the Pingshan region. He did not dare to go back in advance, for fear that others would know that he had fled in the face of battle. He waited here. When Life King and the others returned, at least he would have an explanation. At least he did not leave. He was still waiting here. It was just that the Forbidden Sea was too chaotic. He did not find the main force and fell behind. Chapter 10:14. Wealth 5. 5 billion points vitality. 219,999 calories. 219,999 calories. Spirit 9,955 hertz. 10,455 hertz to 9,955 hertz. Uncut. Power of destruction. 85 yuan. 85 yuan origin. Stage 1. Increase by 9% plus 30%. That was Fong Ping's current data. As he flew back, Fong Ping said, "I want all the loot this time." All right. They were already used to this. Knowing that Fong Ping might be useful, they had no objections. The moment they agreed, Fong Ping's wealth changed. Wealth. 9 billion. Fong Ping took a look and was speechless. 100 million points short? He actually wanted to try and see if he could continue to level up after reaching 10 billion. Now that he had survived the biggest crisis, he was not afraid that the system would fail. 100 million short of 1 trillion. Fong Ping mumbled in his heart. Then he suddenly turned around and flew toward the Nanjiang catacombs. Seeing him fly in that direction, the others were stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what he was going to do. Fong Ping said as he flew, "Go kill the Nanjiang catacombs, rank 9. Fong Ping, provoking him now, "I'm fine. I was just passing by." Fong Ping said calmly, "The catacombs' true kings are either dead or have run away. Now that it's so chaotic, who would stand up for them? As long as I don't go on a killing spree, it won't be a problem. Just kill those rank 9s. It'll be fine." He had to gather 10 billion wealth points first. Now, Fong Ping's speed was shockingly fast. Very soon, they arrived at the Nanjiang catacombs. Looking at Imperial Sea Mountain, the unreachable Imperial Sea Mountain in the past seemed ordinary now. Fong Ping stepped into the air, crossing Mount Royal Sea directly. Among Old Wang and the others, Old Yao could not hold on much longer. Fong Ping unleashed his aura, helping him block some of the cracks. "Old Yao, your physical body is not good enough. You need to train more," Fong Ping quipped. Very soon, he crossed the Imperial Sea Mountain. There were a few more wounds on his body, but they quickly disappeared. Looking at the Nanjiang catacombs, Fong Ping felt a little emotional. When he first came to the Nanjiang catacombs, he had experienced life and death. He did not expect that he would come with the goal of destroying the other party today. One person destroying an entire cave. The god-slaying saber appeared. Fong Ping did not conceal his aura anymore. At this moment, his vitality soared to the heavens, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, in the Nanjiang catacombs, some rank 9 city lord sensed a powerful qi dynamic. Someone exclaimed, "A true king has entered?" Although Fong Ping did not have the combat strength of a true king, he had far surpassed a rank 9. These rank 9s from the outer domain could not compare. Many of the rank 9s in the outer domain had not even entered the origin path. Beating them was no different from beating children. Fong Ping was barefooted, dragging his Changdao as he flew across the sky. He laughed. "Minister will pass by 9 Southern Territory today. Idlers should make a detour. If you can't, then you'll die." "Fong Ping." Someone recognized the voice and immediately cried out in fear. Just a few days ago, during the trip to Emperor's Tomb, Fang Ping had created a massacre in Nanjiang, beheading the descendant of the mystic dragon True King. They kidnapped Li Zhu's son, Li Yi. Today he came again. God Continent was defeated. At this moment, all the city lords were terrified. If the divine land had not been defeated, would they have allowed Fang Ping to enter so arrogantly? Run! Someone roared, fleeing frantically. As for the royal city, what royal city? Fang Ping's aura was too terrifying. The feeling he gave them was no different from a true king. To these people, whether Fang Ping was a true king or not did not make much of a difference. Killing them was really easy for Fang Ping. Fang Ping took a step forward. His speed was shockingly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had traveled hundreds of miles. At this moment, in a royal city in front of him, a towering monster plant was uprooting from the ground, trying to escape. Why are you still running? I'm just short of a pair of boots. You're it. Fang Ping's figure disappeared in a flash, appearing in front of this monster plant in the blink of an eye. The other party was terrified. Thousands of branches whipped toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not dodge. He reached out with one hand, grabbed a branch, and laughed. Come here. As he said that, he pulled with great force. The other party's branch was pulled off directly. The huge branch trembled, soaring into the sky, trying to escape. I won't waste any more time. Fang Ping laughed again. Break through the air. An indifferent voice was heard. With a slash, heaven and earth seemed to be split in half. Strength that surpassed rank 9, with a divine weapon in hand. How could this rank 9 monster plant that had just entered Origin be compared to it? No, the other party might be able to escape from a 5th or 6th Origin powerhouse. But if it wanted to escape from Fang Ping, it was just a pipe dream. The slash was too fast. It was so fast that before the slash landed, the saber aura crisscrossed, almost cutting the other party into many pieces in an instant. With this slash, the power of the divine weapon erupted. Even mentality was destroyed. Fang Ping reached out and grabbed, keeping the monster plant that was cut into several pieces. There was even some life essence among them. One move killed the royal city's guardian monster plant. At this moment, the entire royal city was in chaos. Countless people fled. Fang Ping did not care about them. The city lord had already escaped. The monster plant was a little slower and he blocked it. Fang Ping also did not care about those who fled. With one hand covering the sky, he covered it directly. Kaboom! With a loud noise, the royal city's inner city collapsed. The underground mineral veins were exposed. Fang Ping reached out again, grabbing toward the core mineral vein. A rank 7 martial artist who was guarding the underground could not even leave in time and was crushed by Fang Ping directly. Fang Ping acted as if he did not see it. His huge palm grabbed down sharply, grabbing the underground mineral vein's core into his hand. After grabbing the mineral vein, Fang Ping threw it into the storage space casually. He glanced at his wealth. It was still not enough. 1 trillion worth of treasures was not a small amount. If he grabbed some more minerals, it would probably be enough. However, Fang Ping was too lazy to grab those low-ranked energy ores. They were not presentable. Of course, the key was that the storage space was only so big. It would be too congested if he grabbed too many. He might as well grab more rank 9 energy stones. Even if this royal city was gone, there were still other royal cities, right? Fang Ping no longer cared about those who fled. He continued striding forward, saying in a hearty voice, "Run faster, all of you. You can run toward the Forbidden Sea, but don't go to other places. The Forbidden Sea is a good place. If you dare to come back, you will die." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly looked down. He lowered his head, looking at the demons lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "You've got guts. I told you to run, but you didn't run. This was a forbidden land." The demons gathered, and there were many rank 9 existences. This was a forbidden land. However, at this moment, in the forbidden land, The 3 rank, 9 monsters did not run. Hearing Fong Ping's words, very quickly a huge tiger monster transmitted its voice. Trembling, "Sir, the Forbidden Land does not participate in the war between the Land of Rebirth and the Divine Continent. That's old news." Fong Ping said with a smile, "If you die, go look for the Myriad Demon King and the Celestial Demon King. These 2 beasts actually dared to kill us humans. It's better for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping slashed down with his saber. The 3 rank, 9 monsters did not expect the Rebirth martial artists to really attack them. These monsters still felt like they were living in the past. The war in the Land of Rebirth had nothing to do with the demons. Unbeknownst to them, this time, the demon royal court had turned out in full force. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. With this slash, 3 monsters. The tiger monster fled quickly, but the other 2 were a beat slower. In the blink of an eye, they were killed by Fong Ping on the spot, their corpses falling to the ground. In the Forbidden Land, the other demons were trembling with fear, but they did not dare to escape. One by one, they lay on the ground burying their heads. Fong Ping did not care about this. The Forbidden Land also had mineral veins. Once again he reached out and grabbed. Very quickly, the Forbidden Land was overturned. Just as he was about to grab those mineral veins, a beast roar sounded from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. "Fong Ping, you want to start a war between the 2 worlds again." An incomparably huge tiger monster, its silhouette shaking the sky. Fong Ping was a little surprised. Then he said with a smile, "There's actually a true king-level monster that hasn't left. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just passing by this place and want to return to Earth. These beasts are blocking the way, so I killed them along the way. Are you not satisfied?" "How dare you?" The gigantic tiger demonic beast was enraged. Seeing that it was about to enter the outer area, Fong Ping's voice was like a great bell, shouting, "Catacombs' true king-level powerhouses are not allowed to enter the outer area. This rule is still in effect now. If you dare to enter, I will definitely kill you today." Roar! The tiger monster was furious, but it was a little fearful. It knew that Fong Ping did not have the strength of a true king level. However, it had also seen Fong Ping's fusion earlier and the slash that made King Huai flee. Initially, when Fong Ping killed a monster plant, it did not want to interfere in this matter. However, Fong Ping actually destroyed the demons' Forbidden Land. This was intolerable. If Fong Ping was allowed to continue killing, the outer area's Forbidden Land would probably be destroyed. "Fong Ping, the Land of Rebirth and the true kings have also entered the Sky Cemetery. You dare to provoke us. Don't blame us for joining forces and invading the Land of Rebirth to slaughter the humans of your resurrection." Fong Ping snorted coldly. Then he recovered his smile and said, "Don't misunderstand. How could that be? Aren't I just passing by? I'm a quasi-king level powerhouse, now after all. These demons actually didn't give me face. The top can't be humiliated. So what if they're killed? Today, hundreds of true kings have died. Why would they care about such a small loss?" Having said that, Fong Ping reached out and grabbed the mineral vein, saying with a smile, "Compensate for the losses. I'll go back now. This time, everyone has suffered a lot of losses. Brother Tiger, everyone is now the peak combat strength of the 3 realms. There's no need to fight to the death now, is there?" Having said that, Fong Ping had already grabbed the mineral and thrown it into the storage space. In the distance, above Mount Imperial Sea, that tiger monster did not make a sound. Only after he had kept the mineral did he say coldly, "You should go. Fong Ping, when Lord Demon King returns tomorrow, don't talk tough." Fong Ping said playfully, "I'm not afraid of threats. If I was, the humans wouldn't have fought with you until the end." Having said that, Fong Ping thought for a while and smiled. Of course, this time, both sides suffered the most. Brother Tiger, think about it more. Who's the winner this time? If there's a chance, It's not impossible to work together. The outer skies, the outer sea, immortal islands, the land of domains, the divine sect, these forces suffered minimal losses this time. In the end, we're the ones who suffered the most. What's the point? Either no one dies, or someone dies, everyone dies. Look for your remaining true kings. We can talk when we're free. Having said that, Fong Ping said no more. Similarly, he did not attack anymore because his wealth was enough. At this moment, the system screen turned black. This meant that his wealth had exceeded 10 billion points. As for the black screen, it also meant that this tiger was not prepared to fight him. Otherwise, if there was a crisis, his wealth would not have increased. Therefore, Fong Ping was not too afraid. Of course, there was no need to provoke him now. It was not worth it. Very soon, he would enter a period of improvement in his strength. When he really reached the peak, it would not be difficult to kill true kings. There was no need to fight this tiger now. Similarly, the tiger monster beast probably had the same idea. If they were to fight now, who knew who would benefit? Moreover, everyone was panicking now. These true kings were at a loss. Now, it still remembered to return to Thousand Demon Royal Court, just as the human and the monster were talking. In the direction of Nanjiang's passageway, some humans felt the passageway vibrating and sent people to investigate. Very soon, the auras of these two powerhouses were sensed. When they sensed Fong Ping's aura, the people who entered were stunned. Minister Fong was back. Not only was he back, but he also seemed to be confronting a desperate realm powerhouse. Just as he sensed these, in the next moment, the tiger monster beast retracted its aura and said in a loud voice, "Fong Ping, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the land of rebirth, because the Netherworld King is still here. Thousand Demon Royal Court and a few sleeping ancient demons. Don't you dare force me to summon ancient demons." Fong Ping sneered. "Are you trying to scare me? Even if there are, they're probably dying. If they're not dead, will they appear this time? Forget it. I can't be bothered to fight with you. I already said I was passing by. You talk too much nonsense." "Oh, right, for now, restrain your demon clan. If the foreign demons dare to attack humans again, don't blame me for killing your nest. As for Sky Ji and Destiny Royal Court, I hope they still have true kings and dare to show up. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you when I kill them all." Fong Ping laughed heartily and left with the midair step. Behind him, the tiger monster beast watched him leave and did not enter Mount Royal Sea. After a while, the tiger monster beast also left quickly, in the direction of Nanjiang's passageway. The rank 7 Grandmaster who entered was shocked to the extreme. Fong Ping forced away a desperate realm? Was Fong Ping so strong? At this moment, he could not even wait for Fong Ping to come. He quickly entered the passageway. Soon, he appeared outside Auspicious Peace's passageway. Outside, a large number of troops were stationed in all directions. Zhang Dingnan and the others were waiting. As soon as this Grandmaster came out, he shouted excitedly, "Minister Fong! Minister Fong has entered the Nanjiang catacombs. Minister Fong has achieved the peak." A Desperation Realm Demon clan member was scared away. Although he was very far away and did not hear some of the words, it did not stop him from being ecstatic. He shouted, "Humans won! Sino Nation won! Minister Fong is back!" As soon as he said that, everything around him paused for a moment. Then, an incomparably loud shout sounded. "Victory! Victory!" Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. They were all ecstatic. This time, they were all very worried about the evacuation of the Nanjiang catacombs. Even if a few powerhouses comforted people on TV to martial artists like them, they knew that some things might not be the same as what they said on TV. But now Fong Ping was back. Not only that, Fong Ping had actually achieved the peak. He scared away a desperate realm demon in the Nanjiang catacombs. Now, who would not be ecstatic? Zhang Dingnan was also shocked. Fong Ping had become a desperate realm. How long had it been? Fong Ping, who who was born in Nanjiang, had actually achieved the peak. In the next moment, Zhang Dingnan roared, "Nanjiang has become a desperate realm." In the vast Nanjiang, forget about desperate realm. There had never been a rank 9. Of course, that did not include Fangping. But now, Fangping had become a desperate realm. It was too unbelievable. Most of the Nanjiang guards were from Nanjiang. At this moment, they were also cheering wildly. Nanjiang has become a desperate realm. Congratulations to Minister Fang! The cheers came one after another. In the past, they did not understand what a desperate realm meant. But now, with the 3 realms ranking list out, who did not know what a desperate realm was? A desperate realm was stronger than a rank 9. Not only was he stronger, but he also killed a rank 9 like slaughtering a chicken. Previously, when Guoxian said that Fangping led humans and killed thousands of rank 9s, many people did not believe it. They thought it was an exaggeration. There were not that many rank 9 powerhouses in the entire human race. But now they all believed it. It was very normal for a desperate realm to kill a rank 9. According to the 3 realms ranking list, those below the true god powerhouse were all ants. Great victory! Minister Fang is mighty, invincible. All of auspicious peace was in an uproar. A large number of martial artists flew in all directions to spread this good news. At this moment, these people even forgot that they could do it with a phone call. They forgot, but Zhang Dingnan did not. He quickly asked the people from the Nanjiang House of Governors to spread the news everywhere. Minister Fang achieved a desperate realm. Minister Fang went on a killing spree in the Nanjiang catacombs and killed a desperate realm demon. The Nanjiang catacombs were destroyed. The catacombs dare not say anything. The news had spread too quickly. At this moment, humans also needed such news to cheer them up. Although the government kept comforting them, no one from the desperate realm showed up. No one returned, including a few acting ministers. No one appeared. The martial arts world was still panicking. However, at this moment, no one was panicking anymore. Great victory! Fangping actually achieved a desperate realm and killed his way back from the Nanjiang catacombs. It was unbelievable. There were so many true kings in the catacombs. If Fangping could do this, it meant that no one could suppress him anymore. The news not only spread in Sino Nation, but also quickly spread to the world. This time, Sino Nation did not act alone. The governments of various countries and the 6 great holy lands were involved. Now that they knew Fangping had returned, everyone was excited. McMao, Lu Fengru, and the others who were gathered in the hall received the news very quickly. They were all panting. After catching their breaths, the few of them looked at each other, then at each other in dismay. Tang Feng smiled bitterly. He achieved a desperate realm? It was too fast. It was so fast that he thought he was hearing things. When Fangping left, was he not still rank 8? Only 2 days had passed. How did he become a desperate realm? Yes, only 2 days. February 28th, Fangping led the team and set off. March 1st, entered the catacombs. And now, March 2nd, who could go from rank 8 to a desperate realm in 2 days? In the crowd, Song Ingji, who had just broken through to rank 7, smiled bitterly. I thought it was incredible that I broke through to rank 7 so quickly. I thought that if he came back this time and saw me at rank 7, his jaw would probably drop. Now, forget it. He entered rank 7 very quickly. Fangping helped a lot of people to advance their realms. He also benefited from it and entered peak rank 6. However, peak rank 6 was still very far from rank 7. As for him, he broke through to rank 7 so quickly because of the pressure. However, he did not expect Fangping to advance. He even crossed rank 9 directly. He was a desperate realm now. Tang Feng and the others had long given up on treatment. Although they felt a little helpless, they were still extremely excited at this moment. They said one after another, "Let's go to Nanjiang to take a look." He actually walked out of Nanjiang. Didn't they say that the vice-chancellor and the others are over at capital city? In the crowd, someone laughed softly. Vice-chancellor? Isn't the vice-chancellor Fang Ping? Vice-chancellor Wu is not even a nominal vice-chancellor now. He has already entered the Ministry of Education. Everyone roared with laughter. It seemed like it. It was strange to say that Wu Quishan had entered the Ministry of Education. In this appointment announcement, he had already been stripped of his position as MCMAU's vice-chancellor. As for Fang Ping, he still held the position of MCMAU's executive vice-chancellor. Under the situation where the actual vice-chancellor had been removed, Fang Ping was now MCMAU's vice-chancellor in the truest sense. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. This guy made up his mind a long time ago. He wanted to be the vice-chancellor. Now his wish has come true. Not only that, he has even become the minister. He will soon become the chairman of that so-called counterattack union. Sigh. Everyone was really a little emotional. It was too fast. Fang Ping entered the university in 2008. Now it was only March 11th, not even 3 years. In 3 years, Fang Ping had walked a path that others could not finish in a lifetime. The outside world side, the Fang family. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was happy but also a little disappointed. She was happy that Big Brother was coming back, and it seemed like they had won this time. However, it seemed like Big Cat was not coming back. Big Cat is gone. Fang Yuan did not spend much time with Song Cat, but she still liked the fat, lazy cat very much. When Big Cat left this time, it said that it would not come back this time. It even pinched her face for a long time. Now that Big Brother was back, Song Cat was not. It might really be a long time before it came back. I haven't eaten the beef yet. Fang Yuan murmured. When Big Cat left, it took the beef with it. What a pity. Her disappointed mood dissipated very quickly. This was because the phone was ringing. Her own Big Brother had become a top powerhouse, the leader of mankind, and was now the minister of a department and the chairman of the counterattack union. Fang Yuan felt like she was in a dream. At home, the phone kept ringing. Obviously, some people were calling to congratulate them. Some were happy, some were sad. In Star Town, Council Hall. In the past, there were 13 statues. Today, there are only 9 statues left. No, 10 statues. Chun Yaozu's statue had been erected here recently. 14 statues. A few years ago, the Yang family's elder ancestor was broken. Today, in just one day, 3 statues were broken. In the hall square, Su Zisu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. The elder ancestor had fallen. Just like when the Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, the Yang family was grieving. Today, Star Town was grieving as well. Moreover, no one knew how Grandpa and the others were doing. It was even more worrying. Fatty Jiang Chao was also staring at the statues. Even if Warlord's statue was not broken, he was still worried. His grandfather was among them, and he did not know how things were going. On this day, 3 elder ancestors had died in battle. Star Town was about to be thrown into chaos. At this moment, someone shouted, "Fang Ping has returned! Fang Ping has returned from the top. Everyone, he's back." The heads of the various families have also returned from the forbidden catacombs. Boom! The council hall was in chaos. Everyone threw caution to the wind. Some people flew out of the hall and flew outside. They wanted to know who had returned and who had died in battle, killing thousands of rank 9s. They dared not imagine how many lives were needed to achieve such a feat. At the same time, everyone was shocked. The Nanjiang catacombs passageway shook. The next moment, Fang Ping appeared outside the passageway. Behind him, Old Wang and the others followed quietly. Not a sound. "I'm back." Fang Ping felt like a lifetime had passed. "I'm back. The humans have won." His laughter spread in all directions. 10 li, 100 li, 500 li. Fang Ping, who had powerful mentality, ignored everything at this moment. His voice overlapped again and again and continued to spread and spread. He wanted to tell everyone that the humans had won. The plan had succeeded, and the price paid was unimaginable.